36어센. 내가 볼 때 센세 지금 팬티 지렸을 듯. 그래 이게 RPG지. 어? 왠지 멘트 그런 거 했을 것 같아. 아 디아포가 진짜 그 언제 나오냐고. 근데 그래서 박수 치는 중. 야 근데 씨발 이게 디아블로 4 때문에 오히려 이게 옆에서 이게 반사이익을 보네. 와 이거 어이가 없다. 오 포션 뭐야?
Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign.
Act 3?
We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had one character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for strength int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character
야 모션이 무슨 쿵후 한다. 쿵후. 와 뭐야 모션 뭐야? 봤어 모션? 모션이 훨씬 더 역동적이야 보면은. 봐봐 무슨 쿵푸 그 봉수라드잖아. 얘 소림사 봉수. 맛있는데?
Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location on the passive tree. The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class.
근데 PoE가 잘한 게 뭐가 있냐면 액트는 몹도 별로 안 나오고 루즈하지만 맵핑에 가면은 게임이 완전 달라지거든. 근데 디아블로는 액트 때 봤던 걸 똑같이 하고 있으니까 엔드에서도 그게 좀 에바임. 실버백 고릴라다 고릴라.
Every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign.
근데 구르기가 있네. 구르기가 오, 약간 소울라이크처럼 됐는데? 한정이 근데 얼면 저기 모션 캔슬되는 건 똑같은 거 같네.
As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it.
그러니까 디아4가 그런 식으로 좀 약간 스몰 컴뱃 위주로 할 거였으면 이렇게 했었어야 돼 게임을. 딱 지금 얘네가 지금 약간 그 노리는 거 같네. 오브 트랜스미테이션 나와. 오 회전동이야. 약간 지금 로아 하는 느낌이잖아. 그러니까 디아블로 4가 로아처럼 만들었었어야 돼. 그랬으면 욕을 덜 먹었지. 근데 스킬 같은 거 보면은 그냥 핵심 스킬 난사 위주로 가잖아요. 원버튼 난사 간단 말이야. 그러면 핵슬로 가야 돼. 아예.
One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much
근데
easier
지금
to target the skill.
이거 영상 보니까 나오려면 꽤 걸리겠다.
We've done a huge amount of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock onto the colorable target, and it will even do a small amount of
스킬 잼을 몇 개를 낀 거야?
We really want to make sure
아니
that we've got an opportunity.
스킬 잼을 몇 개를 낀 거야? 지금 이거 보니까 구르기 저거 이동기 같은데? 구르기가 지금 이동기가 아닌가? 그냥 스페이스바 하는 건가?
Falling thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of
파워 차지가 있으면 이제 스킬이 강하게 나가는 것 같네요. 돌리는 건 약간 타격감 좀 없네.
Like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit of extra movement built in just in
아니
case.
스킬이 왜 쿨이 없냐?
Use the skill within range and you just do the flip in place. You use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE 2, you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction. Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some
구르기는
low life
기본으로
monsters into
있어?
a colorable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot
근데
of
원래
ground.
POE는 원래
Notice how
스킬
you
쿨이
can turn as you do
없어요.
it? Generally
그쵸?
speaking, you never lose control of your character in
POE가
PoE 2.
스킬 쿨이 있는 건 이제 방어 스킬만 있고.
Get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull.
아, 발 스킬이 그치 있지.
Follow up with a killing palm. and finish off the
평타랑
rest
이제
of the pack
각종
with your falling
저기잼만 다 박아 넣은 것 같은데. 어퍼 머시나리움?
We've now entered the Val Mechanarium. This is the place where the Val built the various constructs that they relied on to
오,
power their
저
civilization.
웨이포이도 이뻐졌네.
Now this is a find.
알바잖아.
A Val ruin that hasn't been looted. I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
One useful feature we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you
이게
are.
근데
to give you more
POE
information
2가
about your quest
원을
rather
약간
than always having to go back to
리마스터드 된
town.
거라서
In this case, we've called in
카카오에서
Alpha to find out what
서비스는
to
그냥
do.
그대로 할 듯? 예.
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could
그냥
open that
버전
door.
업 되는 거야, 버전 업.
There should definitely be soul core
스타
somewhere
리마스터드
around
되듯이
here.
그냥
They had to power
리마스터급도
these
아니야, 사실 어떻게 보면.
constructs somehow.
확장팩이지, 확장팩.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life
지금
without
딱 내가
getting
봤을
some of the more
때는
dangerous
솔직히
monsters, a great option
2는
is
아닌 것
Wind
같긴 해요.
Blast.
한
Wind
1.8
Blast also
느낌이긴
doesn't
해.
do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back.
4년
Closer they
동안
are,
약
the farther
오지게
they push
팔아
back. So it's a
쳐넣은
great
거
option to
치고는
keep
지금
smaller,
약간
but higher damage
퀄리티가
enemies at bay.
원래 이런
The
느낌
bigger the
아니었거든?
enemy is, the
그지?
less they'll be pushed back.
옛날에 사막
Pushbacks
같은
and giants isn't
지형에서
gonna be as effective.
석궁 같은 거 쏘면서 약 팔았던 그 영상은 아니야. 그냥 전이랑 똑같아. 씨발 이거 디아4가 지금 그냥 여론이 지금 아작이 나가지고 이게 상대적 선녀로 지금 보이는 것 같은데. 이제 보면은 한 1.78 그 정도 느낌이에요. 원래 약 팔았던 거 급은 아니야. 보면은 원래 트레일러는 진짜 2 느낌이었거든. 근데 지금 뭐 여러 가지 스킬 인터페이스도 그렇고 뭐 별로
Now, if you
딱히
need
뭐
to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a
센세
wave of ice that moves
결국
slowly in front of
다시
the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it.
아, 또
If you
보니까
can
또
find a way to
마렵긴
make
하네,
the monster
살짝.
stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you're probably going to want to
지금
freeze some
액트를 지금
monsters.
만들고 있잖아요. 사실상 그러니까
A
지금
fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice
아이스
doesn't do too much
스트라이크네,
damage
이게.
in the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade. Now remember
뭐
how
이제
Glacial
3
Cascade is
콤보를
the
하면은
spike at
뭐
the end?
마지막에
You put a
좀
frozen enemy
다른
with
모션이
that
나간다
spike,
그런 거.
shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage. This is a really
뭐
great combo against bosses, as you'll see
데버스테이팅?
later.
뭐 뭐라는 거야 씨.
Oh yeah, and I've just been casually mentioning rolling around. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll.
스페이스바로 언제나 다 롤 할 수 있고 모든 캐릭터가 쓸 수 있고 다양한 디멘션, 다양한 각도로 그 롤링 회피를 할 수 있다. 그런 의미 같고. 아 뭐라 했어? 아 씨발.
And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you
패스파인더 뭐 애니띵 뭐?
when you
족-
dodge roll,
족한
you're
것 같은데?
vulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it. But most things aren't going to hit you, and that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
다찌롤 그러니까 회피 구르기를 쓰면 모든 스킬의 모션을 캔슬시킬 수 있대요.
Dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks.
그렇다는 건지 다찌 롤을 하다 스킬을 쓴다는 건지 그 캔슬한다는 얘기지, 그지? 스킬 캔슬한다 할 수 있다 그 얘기지. 그러니까 스킬을 쓰다가 어느 순간에든지 다 캔슬. 이거 원래 되는 건데 이거는 원래 패치를 원래 했던 거예요 이거는. 원래 그거 뭐냐면 이동 태그가 달려있는 스킬들 있잖아. 뭐 이제 칼날 쇄도라든가 이런 거 칼날 선에 그게 원래 스킬 쓰다가 캔슬이 안 됐었거든. 그래서 한 1년 전인가 패치를 했어요. 그러니까 구르기도 똑같이 한다 그 얘기야. 그냥 다른 시스템이 나오는 게 아니라. 근데 구르기 좀 불편해 보이는데. 저 불편한 저 플라스크 시스템 유지할 생각인가? 아 존나 불편한데 플라스크. 그러니까 모든 캐릭터를 구르기를 넣겠다는 뜻은 이제 보스 패턴이 거지
Another
같아진다는
skill you can use to get some
뜻
extra
똑같은.
freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage
Shattering
to the
palm?
target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off. But you really want to but you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus.
아 구르기가 일상되는 건 좀.
The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a
근데
monk
문제는
skill and
그거야.
another skill that consumes power charges.
그래서 이 구르기를
If you played
채택하는
PoE1 before, you know what to expect.
뭐 왜
It's a great
박치는
finish
거야?
for tough boss fights if you were able to get some power charges beforehand.
뭐가 박 차자자 이동해서? 아니 근데 이 구르기가 들어가면 이 몹 양이 줄어들 텐데. 이 캐릭터 이거 뭐냐 이거? 이거 뭐? 아 얘 몽크인가 몽크? 아 몽크라서 봉으로 때리는 그런 랩넌트네. 블랙조 더 랩넌트.
In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the monk's arsenal, especially the combo of freeze and glacial cascade. Now, if you're a PoE1 player, you might think you can't rely on freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE2, that's changing significantly. In PoE1, freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE1 we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something that
원
only PoE relied
때는
on while pack clearing.
동결이 안 걸렸죠.
Use as a core part of
근데
the build for boss
투
fighting.
때는 동결이 걸린다는 것
All
같습니다.
crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic that you're using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller
Elden
than
Ring?
those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that it will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
근데 보스는 사실 패턴화되어 있는 게 재미가 있는 건 맞긴 맞는데 우리가 원하는 헥슬도 있으면은 뭐 상관은 없겠지만 보스는 사실 패턴화되는 게 재밌긴 해요. 왜냐면 그냥 딜찍으로 죽이는 거는 사실 노잼이긴 하거든요. 개발자 무빙 좋네. 야 저 모션 씨발 저거 그 대검 3단 차지 강모아백이 아니냐 저거? 아니 씨발 도끼 만들었지 저거 모션이 그건데? 오히려 죽어서 좋다.
Oh no! All right, let's take two. All right, so this might be a good time to mention that in PoE 2, if you die to the boss, you have to start again from the
빡세네.
start. There's no boss cheesing.
존나 하고 싶다 근데 아
Oh, there might be a. Are you okay? Oh, 1 second. One technical issue. It's just typing some cheats to.
내 치트 뭐야?
All right, we good? Back to the stream. All right. All right.
아 재밌어 보이긴 하네. 아 씨. 야 근데 보스 임팩트는 솔직히 디아보다 나은 듯? 릴리트가 여기 기본 스탠다드인데? 2페이지가 있어. 그리고 자기 몸 원형으로 불길 하면서 이제 그 충격파 발동시키는 거, 요거 좀 빡세 보이네. 근데 스페이스바는 뭐 내부 쿨이 어디 있는 거야? 표시가 없네. 저런 롤링 같은 경우에는 뭐 캐릭터 위에다 이렇게 한다던가 그거 보여줘야 되는데 그냥 쿨이 없는 건가? 그냥 다크소울처럼 그냥 그냥 구르고 그냥 언제든지 계속 구를 수 있는 건가? 그냥 자기 감으로 그냥 해라 이거네. 아 씨발 이거 하드코어를 어떻게 해 이거. 예전에는 스펙만 되면은 버티는 스펙에다 플라스크 세팅해 놓으면은 그걸로 그게 가능했는데. 아니 근데 한 번 죽은 거 지금 내가 볼 때 기가 막힌데? 한 번 죽은 거 오히려 좋아. 이거 지금 재밌게 보이네. 또 죽어서 재밌어 보이잖아. 그냥 깼으면 노잼인데. 야 근데 씨발 왜 디아보다 더 역동적이냐 근데. 이게 내가 약간 대가리가 깨진 건가? 왜 이렇게 역동적이고 나름 합이 잘 맞는 느낌이지? 디아가 이렇게 만들었었어야 됐는데. 아니 그 디아가 이런 보스전을 했었어야 돼. 디아 보스 솔직히 생각나는 거 있어요 님들? 그 뭐야 그 누구냐 그 입체 기동 슈트 입고서 했던 그 보스도 좀 노잼이고. 기억이 하나도 안 나 보스가. 얘가 아샤바급이야 이렇게 보면. 아 근데 재밌어 보인다. 아, 하고 싶다. 근데 구르기 저거 아니 저거 불파동이 좀 너무 랜덤성인 것 같은데 패턴이. 아 라이오피 언제 나오냐. 아 개발자 지금 초집중하는 중.
Freeze. Oh no! Oh shit!
야 오쉣 뭐야.
Come on. No. Get it. So good. There you go.
After this.
No. Get him. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. All right. Second time's the charm. So, Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. And PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
아 근데 액트는 좀 많이 재밌어졌네. 원래 POE가 액트가 좀 병신 같거든요. POE가 액트가 좀 근데 솔직히 디아포보단 세다. POE는 기억나는 보스들이 많지. 말라카이도 있고 뭐 키타바도 있고 염소도 있고요. 저기 유객트였나 그게? 그 카루인가? 카루이 맞을 거야. 걔도 좀 생각이 나네. 지금 템이 내가 볼 때 그냥 거의 그냥 기본 템인 것 같은데 이런 거 저런 것도 많이 끼면은 액트는 좀 쉬울 것 같기도 하고. 아니 근데 진짜 디아포는 액트 보스가 기억나는 게 없어요. 보스라고 할 만한 게 없어 사실. 그게 문제임. 아니 디아포 진짜 뭐 있지? 나 진짜 생각이 안 나. 입체 기동 그거 다음에 뭐 잡았지? 입체 기동 잡고 도살자? 도살자밖에 없어. 도살자밖에 기억이 안 나. 안다리엘 존나 밋밋했어. 안다리엘 그냥 모래 폭풍해서 그냥 서로 마사지만 한 기억밖에 없는데? 아니 그러니까 안다리엘 저 뭐야 그 저거 소림봉술 저거 뭐냐? 데미지가 없나? 어? 야 이 각닥이 얘는 조금 익숙하다. 이거 디아 2에 있는 몬스터인데 저거 알죠? 저거 디아 2에 야 저거 디아 2에 있는 몹이야. 너무 똑같게 생겼어. 골렘 같은 것도 있네. 러스티드 다이나 골렘이라는. 아 근데 지금 1링 상태인 것 같아. 아예 링크가 안 돼 있어 지금 보면은. 해봤자 잼 2개? 3개? 봉술 3연타에다가 동결 같은 거 걸어놓은 것 같고. 아 근데 분위기나 이런 게 좀 더 딥해지고 괜찮아졌다. 그지? 분위기나 이런 게 좀 더 괜찮아.
In order to help with the next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. I'd like to welcome Octavian to the stage, who's going to join the party with Mark, so they can play through together.
뭐야? 누군데?
One second.
해리케인이 여기 있냐? 아니 뭐해 지금?
All right. Here we go. All right.
한 명
The
추가됐다.
sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction.
소설어?
Let's have a look at how she plays.
스킬은 똑같은 것 같은데. 야 소설어가 근데 있었나? 없지. 위치. 얘가 소설어야? 에너지 쉴드에다가.
The largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged.
스킬은 글쎄.
There's still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation.
스킬이 다 처음 보는데요.
These lines
스킬
in the
아이콘이 다 달라져서
would
그런가?
lead to generators.
저거는 뭐
You might need to find some more soul
마우스
cores to
미들
spin
버튼
them
저거
up.
뭔데?
But everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the golems have been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function. We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
We have some
아니,
skills
만화
here
좀
we're
안
gonna
쓰게 하면 안
recognize if you
되나?
played
만화
Blue One
물량
before, but they feel a bit different now. Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room.
서포트 챙겼대.
For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target that you hit.
저 새끼 저거
If
저
you find
씨.
yourself surrounded, it might be a good
야
idea
저
to
새끼 저
use
인커전에 저 악질 몹인데 저 유령 악령 저거.
and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful.
저게
Getting up
진짜
close and personal
아픈데.
Isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the
나오네, 저거.
defenses of a more melee-oriented character.
야 이거 스파크 이거 원래 있는 거잖아 이거.
In PoE 2, Arctic
이게
armor is a buff
구렸냐?
that builds up as you
뭐야?
stand still.
뭐 쓴
You
거야?
can see the ice crystals forming around the character.
아이스 크리스털이 포빙 된다고? 오.
When monsters hit you,
방어
they take
스킬인가?
cold damage and build up to a freeze. So it's a great defense. Just be
이거
careful.
프로스트 하면 원래 있는
You can be
거잖아
standing
이거.
still for a little while to get the full effect. So trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic armor is an ongoing buff.
아틱 아머 맞다. 아틱가 한기의 방어구.
How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1,
이펙트가
basically every
바뀌었네.
character was playing with no mana pool. So we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects
Spirit?
like Arctic armor, heralds, auras, and minions.
헤럴드라. 34레벨이야 이게?
Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more Spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to give up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on. Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down.
프로스트밤은 여전히
It's a
똑같이
great
있는데?
opportunity to use some cold skills
콜드
before it
데미지를
explodes.
증폭시키고 싶으면 바닥에다가 프로스트밤을
And
깔아가지고
speaking
바라는
of
것
cold
같은데.
skills, a great skill to use on
저 원래
monsters
있는
with
건데,
lower cold
이거.
resistance is Comet.
콜드호트면은 보통
This is a new skill in PoE 2
뭐야?
and it hits pretty damn hard. Costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move.
아이스
Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could use your free-to-cast Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great
파이어볼 원래
opportunity
있는
to
거구나.
explain the way that we've
불태우는 거
changed
똑같이
caster
있는 거.
weapons
파이어
in
볼트?
PoE 2. Now in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack mods that would spawn in them that were useless to a caster. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell.
그랜트 레벨 10 파이어볼 스킬 저거 뭐야? 인플릭에
Just
저런 게
put
왜
it on
있어?
and spam away to your heart's content. Now this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach. So it's quite
10레벨이야,
likely
이게?
that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use. Here we have a crystal staff. It has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground
Unleash?
and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell.
트리플
Now, of
캐스트
course, what you're
한다고?
probably going to want to use with that is something
이거 원래
powerful,
있는 거 아닌가,
and
근데?
Comet is a great option.
이거 언리시 원래 있는 건데? 요 메커니즘은 원래 있는
You'll
거죠.
notice that Unleash is one of the few skills.
언리시를 쓰고서 다음번에
Generally,
캐스팅하는 건
really try to
트리플
avoid using
캐스트로
cooldowns
나간다는
because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest creates a circle of power which your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will
뭐야?
fork, beams will chain further, and you also do a lot more damage.
근데 PO에는 여태까지 쌓아놓은 게 너무 많아서 걔 족같이만 안 만들면은 지금 여론상 디아포 그걸 다 흡수할 수 있는 각이긴 해. 왜냐면 이 새끼들은 원래 있던 것만 재탕만 해먹어도 그동안 기존에 만들었던 빌드들이 있거든. 그거 하나씩만 맛본다고 생각해도 컨텐츠가 굉장히 좋지. 그냥 다른 액트 구성에다가 재탕만 해도 괜찮지.
First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow up with Unleash and then triple cast Comet to
근데
do a
이제
truly
액트
insane amount of
3면은
damage.
뭐 언제 나오냐 이거. 내 후년은 돼야 나오겠는데. 근데 나는 그렇게 생각해. 게임을 재밌게 만드는데
These ghosts.
This
Whose
rare
fault is that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and that's a great opportunity to talk about how
Uncut skill
skill
gem
gems
뭐야?
drop in PoE 2. Instead of dropping specific
뭐야?
gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want.
라이트 클릭. 뭐야?
Ignore the whoops.
이게 뭐야? 잼 커팅? 이게 뭐야? 내가 원하는 걸로 세공할 수 있는 거임?
The
이거
gem
뭔데
will
이거?
come
잠깐
pre-leveled
갑자기.
to the level of the area that dropped it, so it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2. This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems.
원하는 잼으로 내가
Meta gems are
커팅에 쓸
skills
수 있는
that have
거야?
other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock.
캐스트 온 쇼크로.
Now, let's put this thing
와.
on the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I think
오,
Comet might be.
뭐야? 옆에 이거 뭐야? 왜 옆에
Now,
따로
because
있어?
Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor.
아니,
We have
잠깐만.
to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock. using our
캐스트하고
spark.
또 저거 스킬을
PoE 2
참
trigger gems use a system of
버리는 거
filling
보소.
up cast time on each trigger. Basically, if a skill has a short cast time, it will trigger really often. And if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner,
20%.
there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger.
50%, 60%,
Hopefully
70%,
it shocks the monsters.
90%.
There we go. And there you have it. That's using cast on shock. With automatically cast
캐스트온 쇼크. 아, 상대한테 전기 데미지를 주면 캐스트온 쇼크 저 스택이 차지가 되고 저게 100%로 차지가 되면 거기에 연결되어 있는 스킬이 자동으로 나가는 거 그거
So,
같은데.
we found the generator. Time to power it up.
뭐야, 제너레이터? 여기다가 오. 바닥이 뭐야, 저 터빈 뭔데? 사실 그래픽은 좋아진 것 같긴 한. 엔진 바꿨다 했나?
As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. But we would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill.
어?
First, we uncheck set
뭐야?
1 from being used by his lightning skills.
아니
Then we go
무기마다
to the cold
세팅을
skills
다르게 할
and
수
turn
있어
those off
이렇게?
with his lightning weapon.
유즈드 위드 웨폰 셋. 웨폰 셋을
second.
정할 수가 있네?
If I can remember where they all are.
Yeah. Now, when we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back
어떻게
and
되는
then
거야?
use the skill.
어?
And when
어?
Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it.
원하는 무기로 알아서 나간다고? 무기 수압이 자동으로 되면서 그냥 나가네?
You can configure each skill for which set to
이거는?
use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it
이거는
can
좀
be good to
좋은데?
leave some skills on both
이거는
sets if
확실히
it doesn't
좋은데?
matter which weapon set you're using.
원래는
But we still have a problem. Passives.
원래
Wouldn't it be nice if
POE는
we could
어떻게
specialize
썼더라?
with cold
POE
and
근데
lightning
웨폰
passives on the
수압을
character?
아예 안 했었던 것 같은데.
Well, in PoE 2 you can.
스위칭에서 버프 걸 때 했던 거야?
Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo.
POE는 아예 안
We're on
했죠,
the
그죠?
passive skill screen
POE는
here, and
애초에
you can see
웨폰
that
수압을
we
안
are
했지.
close to
그거.
both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives,
뭐야?
and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives.
어? 뭐야 이거 뭔데? 웨폰 세트가 두 개가 있고 각자 따로 찍는데 패시브를?
Check it out.
와우.
As we use our weapon swap, the skills
와.
allocate changes from one build to the other
저렇게?
automatically.
와 뭔데 이거?
So whenever we cast the appropriate
씨발,
spell,
이거
the character's
잠깐만.
passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell.
아 이런 머리 깨지는데
Now you
이러면?
can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds. There's a huge number of places
야,
where the
그
system
두
can
가지
shine.
타입을
You can
강하게
automate
쓸
your
수
dagger shadow
있다는.
build with traps, or have a great curse setup on your witch with one spec, and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other, for example. It really opens up your
아
options.
포인트는 공용이야.
Now another fun meta gem to try out is called barrier.
하나로 세게 하든지 아니면 그거냐?
This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters.
아니 근데 한쪽을 찍었다고 해서 다른 쪽이 손해 보는 건 아니잖아, 그지?
The more energy shield you lose,
그럼 무기
the more
두 개를
charge
쓰는 게
builds up.
무조건 이득이네?
Just get that one equipped there. Yep.
그러니까 껴서
So
절대
the more
나쁠
energy
건
shield
하나도
you
없는 것
lose, the
같은데?
more charge will build up until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill.
무조건 이득이지,
instantly.
그죠? 예, 무조건 이득인데.
There we go.
다른 쪽에 영향을 아예 안 주는데
So
한쪽은
lose
세게 할 수
energy shield, and just the
있으니까.
right time, invoke ice
아
node to
보스전
cast
전용. 아 근데
backup
씨발
volleys
그거
in one instant
걔 엿
cast.
같은 거 있었잖아. 뭐가 있었냐면 내가 스펙트럴 스로우를 좋아한단 말이야. 근데 이게 매핑을 할 때는 그 GMT를 껴가지고 멀티플로 가가지고 그치? 광역으로 쓸고 보스딜 할 때는 슬로우 프로젝타일이나 아니면 그거 클로즈 컴뱃을 껴가지고 근접전 한단 말이야. 근데 이거 할 때 잼 스위칭을 했었어야 됐어요. 그죠? 아주 귀찮았지. 근데 이제는 보스전 딱 할 때는 이제 스위칭 해가지고 그냥 강하게 조질 수 있다는 거지. 근데 스킬 아닌가? 그거는 똑같나요, 쟤네?
Do now is take it.
근데 보스전 전용 스킬? 스킬 하나 따로 해야 되네. 이거는 약간 그거 같은. 디피트 지코 지코아틀 이거 알바
Don't die this time,
아
guys.
얘가 이렇게 바뀌었네? 이 새끼 원래 그거 그 피라미드인데 피라미드. 이거 알바 보스가 이렇게 바뀌었나봐. 인커전 보스. 원래 피라미드 나와가지고 그 지지고 막 그랬는데.
Nice.
살살 녹는데요? 오. 아 디아포는 씨발 왜 이렇게 못 만드냐 보스를. 얘가 훨씬 더 임팩트 있네.
Frozen, nice.
근데 보스한테 동결 같은 거 다 걸리는 게 이게 좋다. 디아4는 그게 문제야. 군중 제어를 걸어도 군중 제어 그거 패시브나 이런 거 그걸 찍어도 보스는 안 걸리니까 쓸모가 없어. 아예 안 걸리니까. 그나마 만들어 놓은 게 이제 그 무력화 게이지 만들어 놔가지고 그렇게 해놨는데 걔 에바임. 보스도 얼긴 얼어야지 솔직히 상식적으로. 이게 맞는 것 같아. 그러니까 취향만 죄다 취향만 걸지 아무것도 쓸모가 없잖아요. 빈결 빌드를 갈 수도 없고. 생각을 해보면은 뭔가 소울라이크처럼 피하면서 싸우는 것도 POE가 압도적이긴 해. 저기 그거보다 디아4보다. 디아4는 릴리트만 임팩트 있고 나머지 보스는 거의 쓰레기급임. 릴리트 딴 사람 잡는 거 봤는데 확실히 릴리트는 괜찮거든요. 우버 릴리트는 확실히 괜찮아. 근데 나머지가 진짜 그냥 없는 수준이야. 기억나는 보스도 하나도 없고 패턴도 기억나는 게 없고. 그나마 그 엘더 패턴, 저기 샤퍼 패턴, 샤퍼 구슬 패턴 있잖아. 안에 들어가서 숨는 거. 그거랑 약간 오버랩 돼가지고 그것만 기억나고. 이거 재밌네 이거. 이거 약간 거미줄 피하기도 재밌는데? 이거 솔직히 재미없을 수가 없다 이거. 이거 전기줄 패턴 요건 솔직히 재밌을 수밖에 없어 이거는. 와 저거 맞으면 뒤지겠는데?
Nice.
두 명 하니까 딜 세지네. 괜찮네.
So that's Path of Exile 2. These
라-
areas as well
라지
as around half of
소울코어가
each of the
나왔네요.
first 4 acts are available to play at the 3 demo zones around ExileCon. Now, if you're physically here at this event,
아까
you get to
새로운
play the
캐릭터
demo,
중에서
just
뭐
remember,
있었지?
It's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die. I really recommend you read the signs. They have good advice on how to combine your skills effectively. And remember, dodge rolls on spacebar. Use
드루
it.
소서 몽크 머셔너리 개말이 없네. 와 머셔너리 총 쓰는 거 아님 총? 왜냐면 이전 트레일러에서 대포 같은 거 있지 않았어? 총이랑 대포 그지?
The closed beta is going to start on June 7th, 2024.
POE에서 총 쏘면 너무
Path
재밌을
of
것
Exile
같아.
2 has been a long time coming, and we're incredibly excited to be near the
클로즈
finish line,
베타.
but we're just not quite there yet.
2024년 뭐야 1년
And
남았어?
make sure we get everything right. In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE 1.
아니
I'll hand
준이면
back over to Chris, and he's going to talk about what's coming up.
존나 멀었네 씨발.
Very much.
이 새끼들 얘네는 근데 너무 느려. 너무 느리다고 씨. 야 근데 엑자이콜 뭐 16, 17만이 봐 이거를. 미친 거 아니야? 디아포가 얼마나 저기 했으면. 이게 이렇게 볼 게 아닌데 이 새끼들도 업보가 있는데.
That demo was very hard for them to do in person.
말이 안
I am
된다,
very
이게.
impressed it went that well. So as Jonathan
이게 말이 안 돼.
explained,
이게 뭐
Path of
그렇게
Exile
막
1
대박도
will
아닌데
continue to be
이걸.
its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out.
이건 뭐야
We'll
이거?
continue to update
진짜
it with
이거 뭐야?
expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the two games and their expansion releases are offset from each other,
디아포
it's super
그
easy to jump
개발진도 이거
between
보고
them and
있겠지?
effectively play both if you want.
경쟁 좀
I'm gonna
해라.
script for a
어?
second
경쟁
here. I'm
좀
just gonna
해.
explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right? So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of the 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, some hardcore players play for the first few
얘 이
weeks. Some
새끼
people
얼굴은
play for
보기가
most of the
싫은데.
time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle.
생긴 게 딱 그 영화에서 빌런처럼 생겼어. 이렇게 생긴 사람들이 보통 빌런이거든요. 약간 테크 기업 같은 거 해가지고 사람들을 조종하려는. 예. 봐봐, 눈 지금 벌써 이상한 광채 있는 거 봐봐. 빌런이야, 빌런.
Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile: Trial of the Ancestors.
뭐?
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into
아, 씨발, 갑자기 왜 열화됐어?
for battle.
이거 새로운 저기 시즌이야? 뉴 시즌?
Prove themselves. Welcome.
낚시 뭐야?
Of the dead. Earn your place among us.
아, 얘네 스킨 진짜 못 만들어. 다시 봐도.
Under Hinicora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the
갑자기 걔
greatest
노잼 되나?
warriors
뭐야?
who ever lived.
뭐 하는 거야 이게 뭐야?
Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestor.
Prove yourself. The trial of the ancestor. 선조의 도전이야? 선조의 시험. 아, 리워드가 이렇게 나온다고? 패시브 스킬 타투? 타투는 뭐야? 뉴 아이템. 오, 뭔데?
In the
무슨
end,
소리야 저거?
only one can become champion. Will it be you?
In the Karui afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards.
아, 패시브 찍어놓고 타투로 해놓으면 리그렛으로 가는 게 낑겨도 남아있다.
Using them will take you to
근데
the
뭐 그거
Karui
사실 별로
afterlife,
특별한
where you
시스템은
will
아니야.
encounter Navali, who you may remember
원래
from the
되는 거라고.
Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament.
뭐야?
You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors. The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the tournament. Your team will compete against 10 other
3카야,
tribes,
3카?
and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams
야,
left.
이거
in the tournament.
뉴비용 벨트 아니냐? 이거 매기의
When you start a
허리띠인가
match,
그런
you see
거였던
the
것 같은데. 최대
configuration of
생명이
the enemy
10%
team
올려주는.
and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them. During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry.
저 자라는
Kora,
뭐야?
the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife.
어? 뭐라고?
Like that.
어?
In the
하드코어
trial of the
유저 용어냐 이거?
ancestors,
뭐야? 왜
strategy and
살아나?
tactics are
살아나는구나.
key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or
자라새끼.
offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and
하코
deceptive
안전보장
unit,
자체는
which is
나쁘진
relatively
않네.
well
원래
balanced
리그
for all
컨텐츠가
positions.
그게 악질인
This
건데.
version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which
한번
makes it
살아나면은
perfect for
계속
the flanking
살아나는 건
position to
아니겠죠?
sneak through enemy defenses
한번
and
살아나면
take
바로
out
빤스를
unprotected
해야겠어.
totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also
야,
allocate
근데
it
왜
to
이렇게
defenses
핵슬이
so that
아니고
it
자꾸
disrupts
이렇게
enemies that are trying to kill
뭐
your
엘리트
totems
세
by
마리
stunning
나오는
them.
거야? 노잼인데.
So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and
AOS야
a
이거
Goliath
뭐야
to
이거?
follow us as we
뭐
attack
하는
up
거야?
the middle.
서로
Our plan
뭐
is to
찍는
work with
거구나.
the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems.
약간 사이퍼스 아레나네 아레나 진짜. 서로 3대3 뭐 이렇게 싸우고 묵직하게 단일딜 센 게 이거 짱이겠는데.
Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other rewards. I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and equipment that your team can use. Each tribe has specific specialities. For example, Hinakora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and tanky, with an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks. You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior or heal your entire team. If a field item isn't consumed within the
전사를
match, it
되살리거나
persists onto the next match.
당신의 팀을
Your
회복할 수 있는
warriors,
저런
their
이제
equipment,
토템
and your
요들을
field
박아놓을
items
수
all
있다.
wiped
그런
between
거.
tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh. Your success in a tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you earn better rewards in subsequent ones. Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part. What you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of the Ancestors. You can tell this gets me excited. Okay. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these
He
rewards are
plays
visible
small
when you're
dex
selecting which
passive,
tribe you want to
grant
play against.
2%
They'll help inform your
increase
decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my
쬐끄만한
words to get to
민첩성
the part where I can
노드를
explain tattoos.
2% 인크리즈 저걸 바꾼다고?
Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills and allow you to
방금 거
convert your
뭐냐? 방금
tree's attribute highways into
8%
something more
파이어레지로
useful for
바꾼 거
you.
있었는데.
For example, this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed. Each tribe has its own exclusive passive tattoos. This tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire
스트렝스를
resistance.
8% 파이어레지로
This
바꾼다.
one converts a small intelligence skill into
플랫 라이팅
additional lightning
데미지도 있다.
damage. And this one
인텔리전스를.
converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when
Summon
you take a
speed
savage
of
hit from a
Utula.
unique enemy. But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with
유니크
tattoos, as you'll probably need at
에너미에게
least some of your
치명적
attributes
일격을
left to
쓰면은
equip items. Each of
맞으면
the 10 tribes has an
히타바
exclusive
헝거?
unique item that you can
뭐야
earn.
이거?
These rarely show up as rewards for
라이프
defeating
킬,
that tribe in a
스턴
match.
블록 레지에다가
Kataba's Hunger is a unique majestic plate that you can earn by defeating the Kataba tribe. As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life
노
for a
라이프
single item,
모디파이어
providing you don't have any
다른
life on any
장비에
of the
라이프
pieces of your
모디파이어를
equipment.
끼지 않으면
While this is tricky to
910 맥시멈
accomplish,
라이프
it also
제공.
frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits your build, making it pure upside.
플랫으로 주는 건데 이거 막
This
큰 건가?
amulet is a
잠깐만.
unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui
아뮬렛이다.
tribe. It has the powerful
많아.
effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and
개별론데,
mana
이거?
whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic
로우
button, or
라이프랑
maybe
로우
you want to
마나일
build
때
around
인스턴트
permanently
힐
on
되는
low life or
플라
mana, so all of your
아뮬렛이네요.
flask usage is
좋나 이거?
instant.
별론 것 같은데?
If you manage to win the entire tournament,
아,
you not only
카움이
receive
500
the
아닌가?
reward for the final match, but Hinokora will
카움
also give you a
생각하면 또
choice
괜찮긴
of
하네.
3 additional next. Sorry, button didn't work. Of 3 additional exclusive items.
벨트다, 벨트.
Let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered. First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokora for completing
your
the tournament.
hit
This belt, for
always
example,
critical strike.
lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen
아,
next.
뭔 말이야,
You
이거?
always crit, always evade, never evade.
이거 데미지
Maybe
위드
you're able to
히트
find
이제
some ways to
럭키.
build around the detrimental effects to create
아,
as much
뭐야,
upside as
이거?
possible.
서로 치명타
Hinokora
스톱
also
치명타야
has a
이거?
selection of special, more advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from her. This one transforms a 30 intelligence
플러스 원
notable
레벨
attribute
올
skill
인텔리전스
into one that
스킬제?
increases the level of all of your intelligence gems. You're only allowed 1 copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree. Hinokora can also award you with a new type of item called an omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all
Omen?
replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume 1 omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on
왕로드? 왕로드 대신에 플러스 1 인텔리전스 스킬.
We made it for me. It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some time. This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up.
형
It's
데스
definitely
뭐야
worth
방금?
carrying around for that occasional
사망시
massive
뭐야?
power boost. Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them
같은
carefully.
거 만들어놨어.
I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those
사망시야,
incredibly rare unique
사망시는
weapons
사망
from 320.
방진해야지.
Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in
뭐야,
320
잠깐만, 이거 뭐야?
are just the only thing on the base
오멘
type.
오브
So
포춘?
items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable. hence
찬스
they're
오브
quite
썼을
rare.
때 유니크 확률 올려주는 건가
The
이거?
most exciting one, though. Finally,
아니, 이거 뭐지?
Hinakura can
저런
offer you
걸
a lock
만들었어.
of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of
Special?
using another
Special
currency
currency?
item to craft something. This means, for example, you can
momentum.
know whether it's worth exalting your item because you'll know exactly what the outcome is. Hinakura's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your trial.
언울 예측?
So that's the new Challenge League.
잠깐만, 안울 예측은 뭐야?
Contain more than just a
무슨
new
말이야,
league every
여기?
3 months. In each update, we
뭘,
also
뭘
augment
뭘
Path of Exile's
예측한다는 거야?
endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance
뭐가
changes.
사라질지 예측한다고?
This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra
커런시?
content to help make the
다음
changes more
커런시로
understandable.
어떻게
You can
되는지
find
미리
out all the detail
알
in
수
patch
있는 것
notes and other
같은데,
information we'll be
그치?
posting in the few
예를
weeks
들면
before
카오스를
release.
돌리면 어떻게 돌려
Let's start with
돌아갈지
how the
미리
Trial of the
안다는 거 아님?
Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame.
저 오멘이 뭘 어떻게 하는 거야?
In
그냥
December last year, we
스모쿵인가?
released an expansion called The Forbidden
저거를
Sanctum,
쓴 다음에
which
뭔가
introduced the
행동을 하면
Sanctum
그 다음에 이제
Challenge League.
발동되는 그런 건가?
This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where
아니,
you would
로그라이크
randomly
뭐야,
explore
씨.
a randomly generated sanctum one room at a time alongside your regular play.
이런 리그가
Pick
있었어?
which
나 이거 안
rooms you wanted to
해봤는데?
explore out of several options.
슬더스
and
라이크
accumulate
뭔데,
beneficial
이거?
boons and detrimental afflictions that made
야,
your
뱀소
run
같은 거나
easier and
만들어라
harder,
씨발. 뱀소
respectively.
만들면 무조건
Not only did Sanctum work
무조건
really well as
상타야.
a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame
이게
content,
뱀서임?
alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist.
야,
in
저거
this
무슨
expansion,
스킬이냐, 저거?
The Forbidden Sanctum is back.
저런 게 있었어? 생텀 투 코어. 아, 코어 됐어 이거? 이거 재밌겠는데? 저 이번에 엔세스터 저 트라이얼 저거 병신 같고 이게 좀 재밌겠네.
You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole
Forbidden
floor
tome?
of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can
Forbidden
take
tome
breaks
뭐야, 이거?
between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in. This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial. For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward. The example here is a Mirror of Calandra.
리시브 원 미러 오브 칼란다라 컴플리팅 더 생텀 이거 뭐야?
It doesn't work on the board. Okay, one resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only one resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror, or lose it. And you can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror. So you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos. Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now. A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalance
얘가
everything.
생텀 보스야?
An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work. Your energy shield grants you resolve aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how energy shield behaves for life. In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially in later floors, and have worked
이거
to add more
사기가 있어.
monster and
이거
room
이게
variety
생텀
to
이거
runs.
메커니즘인가? 사기가 떨어지네. 사기가 떨어지면 강퇴되는 거? 50%뭐 디펜스 이건 뭐야?
Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't
다
want to
떨어져도
play
실패.
Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters
이거 뭐
dedicated to
템플러냐 이거?
Sanctum running
바닥에
and just
저거
farm
되네?
Sanctums repeatedly in order to profit. Sanctum isn't the
바닥에
only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of
깔아놓고
Exil's
해놓는구나.
endgame. We're also introducing 16 new
걔 물몸이네.
Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows
POE는
you to
이거를 너무
customize
잘
your in-game
만들었어.
experience.
이거 한 방이 너무 세.
As you complete different
결국에는
maps, you gain skill
디아가
points that can be allocated in the tree.
디아가
You can
이거를
use these
이길
points to
카드가 별로
modify
없다는
the
게
behavior
문제야.
of different content you
이렇게만
encounter in
만들어놔도
in-game maps to make it more
씨발
difficult
경우의
or
수가 엄청
rewarding
좋아
or to
보이잖아
behave
그냥.
entirely differently.
어차피 쓰는 노드는
The system allows you to
한정적이어도
double down on the content
그냥
you
좋아
enjoy
보인단
and
말이야
avoid
일단.
content you don't.
이거가 너무 커 이거 깔아놓은 게.
Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave. Usually they have an element of give and
이게
take
뭐야?
and require you to come up with new strategies to take advantage of them.
러스티드
Each of these 16
스캐럽?
new Atlas Keystones
폴리시드
changes how you
스캐럽.
might
이거
interact
그거 아니야
with Path of
스캐럽.
Exil's
그
endgame.
갑충석.
Let's have a look at some of them now.
갑충석이
We'll reveal the rest of
인스티드
them
그랜트
before the
7%
release of
인크리드 팩
Trial of the
사이즈. 팩
Ancestors
사이즈.
in a few
아
weeks.
몬스터 팩이 늘어난다는
Extreme
건가?
archaeology completely changes how you play
Extreme
expedition encounters.
archaeology?
Instead of placing a series of
Archaeology?
regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive.
이게 뭐야?
Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius.
이 범위가 아니 씨발 뭐야 이거? 아니 미치.
Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you
뭐야?
rather than possessing monsters, boosting your stats
이거
instead.
영혼 빙의하는 거
While
이거
possessed, you
뭐야?
can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it?
이 새끼들은 진짜 게임 막 그냥
Blight
만들고
is
싶은
like
대로
a tower
만드는 게
defense
이게
minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride Keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers. This basically lets you go all in playing like an
타워가
actual
세지고
tower
내
defense game.
데미지는 약해지는
Because we
건가
can.
보다.
Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you
씨발,
can use
뭐야, 이거.
currency items to change
노
their
롱거
mods.
커럽티드 뭔데?
That's right. When you encounter a Val side area, the Keystone lets you craft it.
아니 뭐 하는 거야? 아니 잠깐만.
Yeah, so
아니,
we
미치-
rebalanced the side area mods. We've improved
발을
reward
왜
outcomes and we've made the
인센티브를-
downside mods a bit more punishing, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes. You may also rarely encounter a unique Val side area.
미친놈들이야 얘들 근데.
Destructive play makes it so that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting witnessed map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding.
이거 몰튼 스트라이크 아니야? 뭐 저 천공의 몰튼
There are another
스트라이크야?
11 new keystones that we'll reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors
New support
expansion, we're
gem.
shifting Path of Exile's metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks. Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now.
핸드프로에
In
쓸만한
Path
거
of Exile,
보여주잖아.
war cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns war cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the war cry or by your attacks that it exerts.
워크라이가 터지네?
The Returning Projectiles support gem causes projectiles from supported skills
리터닝 뭐야?
to return to you, piercing all
돌아와?
targets but dealing a little less
와,
damage.
이거 무슨 뭐야? 이거 이거 무슨 스킬이야 이거? 이런 게 있었나?
I think there's another example too.
톡식 아니. 아이씨 다시 돌아오는 거 너무 웃기네.
The Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions, and it makes them a lot more powerful. The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly.
프로스타일을 어떻게 한다고?
The Sacrifice
토템이랑
support
그런
gem
거
works
있잖아.
on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. The Frigid Bond support gem affects link skills
뭐야?
and causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies
아니
caught in the
씨발
beam
뭐
are chilled.
이런 거
and
좀
dealt
만들지 마
cold damage
병신
over
같은
time.
거 또.
This creates a
아니,
new
뭐 하는
tool for
거야?
cold damage of a time build,
아니,
requiring
씨발, 뭐.
strategic placement of both yourself and your link's
아
ally.
링크 좀 만들지.
I mentioned it was going to get silly.
아이씨.
The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands.
뭐야, 이게?
Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw
와,
mines
이게
at an
엑셀이긴
arc that use
하지.
that skill
이게
for you,
엑셀이지.
targeting your location when you detonate them.
야 씨발 여기서 도파민 최대 분비인데 이거 어떻게 되냐고 이게.
over the next few weeks. In
여기서
addition to
도파민
the 14 new support
먹어버리니까.
gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors involved us revamping 2 Ascendancy classes.
저게 좀 맛있긴
These are the
하죠.
subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3
지뢰인가
Ascendancy
지뢰.
classes
근데
available.
정확히 무슨
In the
효과인지
last
모르겠네.
expansion, Crucible, we overhaul the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauder, respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes. Our
뭐야.
changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay.
뭐야 바뀌었어? 나 가디언 마려운데. 만화 가디언
Purpose
마려운데.
can power up parties using link skills. Time of Need now completely cleanses and
뭐야,
heals you every
뭐야.
4 seconds. Radiant and Unwavering Crusade both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you
어택, 블럭
access to some
어택이랑 블럭
exciting
스펠
new
원래
types
있던 거
of
아닌가?
minions that are exclusive to the
서먼
Ascendancy
엘리멘탈 렐릭 저
class.
있던 거
We have
아니야?
this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next.
아 뭐야? 왜?
While the Guardian's
뭐란 거야?
revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in its old form, and so we have completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes. Its new skills let you, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read.
야 바디 아머의 서포티드
Right,
엔세스트럴
that's on the
콜하고
site too,
피스트
for you to
우어
check
저
out. It's
뭐야?
pretty powerful now.
팔링이야 그러면? 야
To
뭐야
celebrate the
저거?
release of the Trial of the
아니
Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless event. We'll post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone.
뭐라는 거야? 왜 죽어
For the
뭐야?
Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full
뭐임?
face
왜
value and
죽어?
points,
아니 솔로
alongside several
하드코어에서
exclusive
좋다는 거 아니었어? 방금
microtransactions.
약
These
팔면서?
packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always,
투명이
the
안 되니까
microtransactions in
뭐라는지
these
모르겠어.
packs are purely cosmetic
방금 뭐
and do not affect
하드코어
the
솔로
character's
부스
power
뭐
or
어쩌고저쩌고
progression in
했는데
any way, despite
뭐야
how
왜
cool they look.
죽어버려?
The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
개별로다 스킨 진짜.
Alright. The sarcophagus back
아,
attachment
스킨 존나 못
imprisons an
만들어, 진짜
unspeakable
쓰레기
evil
같아.
that struggles to break free.
스킬 이펙트
Nearby
말고
monsters send it into a
여러분
frenzy,
스킨은 사지
and
마세요.
enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon.
뭐야 이게?
The Stygian waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included. These chains are just cosmetic though, and they break as soon as you move. It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people.
사일러스?
The ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free.
아 너무 심심해. 위에 물결 저거 뭐야? 아 포탈이야 이게?
This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical.
이건 괜찮은 것 같아.
The demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
포탈 저거 다른 버전도 있을 텐데.
The nebula character effect causes items you pick up to
네뷸라.
orbit
와,
ethereal clouds
쓰레기
of
같다.
loot.
야 이거 옷 뭐야? 아니, 어? 아니 뭐야? 아니 씨발 뭐야? 응?
The Disciple series of supporter packs also contain 6
뭐임?
exclusive microtransactions. Look at dog.
왜 아이템이 왜 쓰레기가 왜 다?
I'm going to put that in the top pack.
뭐야?
The Hero's Landing Finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute
히어로
unique
랜딩
monsters you
유니크
defeat.
피니셔 이펙트?
You decide whether it's the sword
아니,
or
히어로
the huge
랜딩.
lump of rock that actually kills them.
얘네 개그맨이야
The
얘네?
Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of
맵
bells.
디바이스.
Start to run out of portals though, and it will reflect your desperate situation.
어?
This is fine.
씨발.
The cathedral armor set refracts light
캐서드럴
through your
아머
character,
세트.
creating beautiful
오 요거
patterns on the
괜찮다.
ground
내
around
스타일이네.
it. If your life
와
gets
바닥에
low,
이거
it
뭐야?
responds
프리즘.
in kind.
오.
The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active.
뭐야 이게?
Again, cosmetic. The Currency Orb Charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item any time from today onwards. Some people, we have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used a Mirror of Calandra. This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror.
새끼들 재밌긴 하다. 디아 4보다 재밌긴 하네.
The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead.
이 강아지가 내가 좋아하는 강아지가 아닌데.
These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too.
이거
Thanks to
비싼
your
팩이지
continued
이게.
support.
파란 거?
The fun part. For the last ExileCon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the ExileCon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of ExileCon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money.
뭐 하는 거야? 이거 왜 만들어 이걸?
If you have any cards left,
이상하게 타네.
you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around
아니
ExileCon
이거 할
as
시간에
monsters. They'll
저기
be
하라고
wearing
디아
t-shirts
저기
showing the
뭐야?
monster's stats,
POE
which include
투하라고.
symbols for their attack and defense. Using the cards in your deck box and those you accumulate by defeating monsters,
뭐야,
put
이거 왜
together
만들어,
one
이걸?
set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple.
하스스톤이랑
There are
똑같은
some
시스템이다
wildcard
그런
symbols
얘기인 것
that's
같아요.
explained on the rules in the box.
공격력이 방어력을 깎고
Rings and
뭐 죽일
amulets
수
are pretty
있다.
hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep the card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat. Be careful not to waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so you need to explore ExileCon to find different GGG staff members. You can get maps by defeating monsters marked as gods.
야, 근데 오프라인에서 이거 할 사람이 얼마나 되겠냐? 어? 옛날에나 주사위 돌리면서 보드게임 했지 요즘은 안 해 이런 거. 온라인으로 게임하지 누가 요새 만나가지고 이걸 해.
While you're there, you can also use your currency items to modify your equipment.
그나마 유희왕급은 돼야지
this
하지.
version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve. Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the Delve wall. Sorry for the bad photo, it's hard with lighting. On the middle floor.
카드 게임으로 이거 델브라는 거야? 야 이거 그거 아니냐 이거? 옛날에 뽑기. 이거 저 불량식품 뽑기 그거 아니야? 이거 뒤집으면 꽝 있고 그거 아니야?
You may eventually be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maven. Defeating any of the three of us will reward you with a Mirror of Calandra enamel pin. This pin is exclusively available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early. The reason for 2 is a very typical Path of Exile reason, 1 for you and 1 to trade.
원하든지 팔아 먹든지 알아서 해라.
Experience ExileCon 2023. Aside from the card game, we've prepared a full weekend of activities for you. There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/ExileCon so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last 16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage. In all of the developer talks and panels, ExileCon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss in the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 ExileCon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn.
45?
Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs and explain how your skills combine together. Dodge rolls
다음에
on a
클로즈
new friend.
베타가 하프 정도 데모를
You should
즐길
also
수
swing
있다.
by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill out area on the top floor and check out
뭐야,
progress.
이건 또.
It's coming along really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it. We've created
아니,
heaps
씨발,
of new
이거
Path of
모바일
Exile
원래
merchandise,
있었나?
which is available at our merchandise shop on the middle
아,
floor.
시연 45분
We've
동안
made
할 수 있다.
17 new t-shirts, which include a few
모바일
from
뭐야,
our community
저거?
t-shirt design competition. We've created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag
와,
bag.
타뷸라,
If you
타뷸라
approach
갖고
me and
싶은데?
I'm wearing a pin, feel free to swap for the one you've got if you'd like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the
이거 뭐냐, 이거? 이거
exclusive mirror of
실버
Calandra
플라스크
pin that's only
아닌데?
available
뭐지,
to winners of the card
온슬러트인가?
game. Maybe you're able to
실버인가?
trade for a full set. There are 2 new posters. One is the Atlas Passive Tree, and the other is the
픽실이야?
Periodic Table of Currency.
와, 뭐야? 야, 주기율표.
In addition to reprinting the incredibly popular Celestial Cat socks, we've
아니,
also
미친
introduced
굿즈
the
보소?
Chaos Orb socks, better for business meetings.
아니, 커런시 주기율표
There's also
뭐?
a range of 4 desk pads to keep your play area tidy. You
패드잖아.
can check them out at the demo zone.
장패드.
We have a limited range of ExileCon 2019 merchandise available in the store as well. Make sure to hit it up early if you want some of this, because stocks of the older items are quite
이거 어디서
limited.
삼?
We have plenty of new merchandise for everyone, though.
새끼
and I think I might have
장사꾼이네. 잘
underestimated
팔아먹네.
that. The ExileCon livestream concludes tomorrow with our grand racing finale, where 4 players compete for up to $10,000 and the title of ExileCon 2023 Racing Champion. Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. If you're watching from home, please note that because there are multiple things going on at the same time here, and we can only stream one of them live, we'll be restreaming 3 of today's talks tomorrow before the event starts. So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else. So we're going to restream those tomorrow in the 3
기자란도
hours
나오네?
where it's way too early to do it in New
사이닝
Zealand, but you
데스크
can watch them
뭐야?
online
아니
from the
사이닝
States and Europe.
데스크도 있어? 기자란하고
Let's
다
make sure that
나오네.
everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask the important questions. If you missed out on attending ExoCon this year, we'll be at Gamescom in Germany in August and PAX West in Seattle in September. At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our ExoCon demo available to play and a small team of Grindiga Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at ExoCon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
모임 여기는? 야 뭐야?
G'day Exile, welcome back to the second
어디서
half
많이
of
보던
the
아저씨들이다.
post-stall cast. For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined by once again by Mathil, Rise QT, and Nugian. We're gonna have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so
마틸,
far, and there is a lot to go over. Well, we distract
누기엔.
you while we wait for the next upcoming segment, which will be Kruparian interviewing Jonathan about Path of Exile 2. So until then, though, let's have a little bit of a chat about some of the things we've seen. Why don't we kick things off with the separation of Path of Exile 1 and 2 into separate games, and what that means. What do you guys have any thoughts about that, Mathil?
Yeah, apparently they didn't own enough of my soul. So, like, instead of just, you know, playing as much as you want of Path of Exile League, a few weeks here or there, you know, maybe half of it, something like that, and then maybe do some other things. Instead, you're pretty much locked in a
마틸
cycle of
잘생기긴
playing
했어.
both versions now with new launches continuously, and I'm just going to be doing that basically for the rest of my life. So that's the big shock and twist for me. But other than that, Path of Exile 2 looked amazing, and yeah, nothing short of what I expected.
Awesome. Rise?
I gotta say, I was thinking that that's the right path for Path of Exile. And I mentioned it to a couple people, and they were all going, nah, no, there's no way. They're not doing that. Even developers were like, we're not telling you anything. Turns out, they're doing it.
Tom Hiddleston.
Like Matthew said, I think there's plenty to be played, and it's going to be for a long time. I think they have a very nice schedule with those last couple weeks.
야 어떻게 세 명이 이렇게 다 다르냐? 여기 너드
POE,
너드의 떡대 아저씨랑
expansion,
여기
so I'm
뭐
really looking
알파멜
forward
뭐 이게 어떻게 세 명이 이렇게
Yeah, no, I agree. Pretty exciting. I'm not sure. Like, you're still getting PoE 1 and 2 at the same time, just in
3대장.
PoE 2 and all upgraded. So it's not we're gonna have this weird split between 1 and 2. You're just getting it all in one package. with
개발자상이야.
enough
게임 제일
content
잘하고
to, like, just
Oh.
I think them separating the games the way they are does answer a lot of questions about like how certain PoE 1 things might have changed over to the new system,
Yeah.
PoE 2 and things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
So I kind of expected that this isn't super unexpected, but what was really unexpected for me was the fact that they're keeping up with Path of Exile 1 expansions as well, like this split cycle. Like, I did not expect that in a million years.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I thought PoE 1 was done, you know, just go Legacy and you could go back and play the old content if you wanted to, but I didn't realize there was going to be new updates to that. That's good. That's a lot of work for them. They're basically going to be splitting their office into 2 teams at that point and continuing development of both games. It's not even...
And surely Path of Exile 1 only gets bigger and better from here as well, because for the past few years they've been working like largely on Path of Exile 2.
야 마틸
and,
저기
diverting
뭐야
less of
근육
their
보소?
resources towards the PoE 1 leagues and all that. They've still been good, they've still been big, but like now if they're working on them in tandem, there's probably a large subsection of their team on Path of Exile 1 that maybe came back and kept, doing the new PoE 2 systems on it as well.
I'm super curious what this means
건데?
for the long term. Like, do the games like get to steer
마틸
in different
존나
directions?
잘생겼다
Does
근데,
Path of
그치?
Exile 2 get to develop in one
존나
way,
잘생겼네.
where Path of Exile 1 continues in a different trend?
PoE
Maybe Path of Exile 1
스트리머.
keeps that like much faster gameplay. Maybe PoE 2
뭐
changes
하기
to this more
아까운.
combo-focused gameplay, a bit more like interactive, and they might grow apart separately over time potentially, or maybe borrow from each other as well. Well, it could happen there, right?
Yeah, that's a real possibility, because I remember seeing those trailers and thinking that's going to be hard, like especially with the monk, that's going to be hard to fit into PoE 1, and I mentioned that before, and it turns out, well, they don't got to do it. And yeah, there's been a lot of talk definitely about some of the trailers that they've shown in the past with the gameplay being more methodical, slower, more tactical. And PoE 1, let's be real, it's not exactly like that anymore. So
Yeah.
I think there's going to be plenty for each type of player, but it's nice to have that opportunity to be able, just like with different games, just try something maybe with a little bit different pace. But at
나
the
이거
same
집에
time,
이거
we don't really know.
셔츠하고 이거
Yeah,
둘
let's
다
talk about
있는데.
that.
근데
Like
이거는
gameplay, like just over,
저
you know, overall sense, the
안에
gameplay
저
of
검은
Path of Exile 2,
셔츠는
what it looked like. What are you guys' impressions of it? What are your first thoughts on that, Apple?
반쯤 찢어졌어.
I
하도
mean, I
입어가지고.
loved how crisp everything
Gaming
looked. But like the ice, the
슈트로
ice
내가 너무
skills, the
좋거든.
lightning, the world that they, yeah, the aesthetics,
Ah.
exactly. The world they built there. And
옆구리에
just seeing
구멍
new
나고
classes,
앞에
new
저
things, like, it was
저
exactly
프린팅된
what
거 다
I was hoping to see.
지워졌어.
It was at some times I think a bit slower than I would have liked, but that's just calendar how it is early on, and then especially during a demo. Yeah, you should have noticed that I think pretty much nothing was like supported too much. There was a lot of extra passives unused.
Yep.
But yeah, like you still want to be able to have your Path of Exile zoom and get through it pretty quick if you really want to. I'm sure we'll get that later on, but yeah, it looked just crisp.
Yeah, I anticipate that players will be playing that same content after a little while, twice as fast, right? With better links,
sure.
better gear,
definitely.
better builds, and so on. For demonstration purposes, obviously slowed down quite a bit, but it does give you an idea of what they're going for there.
이 아저씨도 많이
And,
봤는데 이 누구임?
showing that, I think, does allow for us to
얼굴은
see a
별로
little bit of the
익숙한데?
idea of like, okay, so maybe we have the fast encounters, players really crushing stuff really quickly, but then maybe like at endgame, certain bosses or certain bosses where you're leveling have those longer encounters, and this is what Path of Exile can do with that situation. Here's much more dynamic gameplay. We did see very different styles of gameplay too, from the monk and from the sorceress.
아 얘가 저기야.
One felt like a fighting game, and then the other one had like meta skills and like a bit more like combination between those different spells and things like that. So how do you guys feel about that? Did you prefer one over the other, or?
I think just having the dodge available,
Yeah.
every class without a cooldown.
That's big.
Is crazy.
I say it didn't have a cooldown, right? Like,
Yeah,
no,
no
keep,
cooldown.
keep rolling. That's crazy.
And I saw some animation canceling with that too.
Yep.
That is very, very cool. I think that's much better. Hopefully it's going to be much better than what it is in current Path of Exile with some of the animation canceling.
근데 디아포가 거지 같은
absolutely,
게 구르기가 쿨이 있거나 제한이 있는 게 또 문제야. 맞아.
Pretty crisp. I think that was looking
이렇게
pretty good.
약간 프리하게 놓고
Repositioning,
하는 게
the
이게 맞는 것 같다.
ability, That's the sort of classes that I enjoy. So
닥소도 사실 쿨은 없어요. 단지 스태미나가 달 뿐이지. 근데 관리를 하는 측면에서는 닥소는 어차피 스태미나만 관리만 하면 되니까 한 가지 자원을 공유해서 쓰는 거라서.
In a certain fantasy in PoE 2, then you've been able to be like there's going to be more of a distinct feel to everything.
쿨 없이 굴러다니는 건 괜찮은 것
where
같아.
even as like in PoE 1, you had flame dash on every warrior, like on every marauder, duelist, everything. But like you were a spellcaster, but also a fighter. It's like, so I think like they can really lean into like the uniqueness of every character, and I think that's going to feel real good.
Yeah, and then the weapon swapping as well. They haven't really specified what you can and can't do with that. They were talking a little bit about the different passives for like fire and lightning, but then can you do that with the types of melee weapons and switching that out? Like, that looks like a system that's got a lot of opportunity and probably going to be pretty tricky to develop around sooner or later.
That's what I figured. Looking at the melee, the weapon swapping, I thought it's an opportunity to be able to pick up like several different weapons while you're playing and actually spec into like a couple instead of just going for generic things and hoping that eventually you can commit to a weapon. This way you might at least be able to branch out into two different things, actually spec two different things, and then make a full choice later down the line. But yeah, I think it's going to have a big impact on melee as well as the casters.
Yeah, this all kind of like weaves into what you were talking about of things becoming a lot more distinct. Like you can have more distinctive styles between each class, but also distinctive styles within that class where you've got a character that's swapping between two weapon types for melee or different staves or different wands or whatever for different caster styles. And that weapon swapping system was nuts. I did not expect that. So, and I thought that they'd be doing something with the skill system. So they kept what they had shown previously with the skill system. We saw the menu where you can drop your skills in and drop your supports in. We saw some very interesting looking meta skills, but then also adding to that and expanding that with this weapon swapping system that actually, like, it looks like it works, right? That's the thing that struck me about is like as a current weapon swapping system. Yeah, occasionally someone uses
It works. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah,
like he said.
no one really wants to do it. There's like an occasional build that takes advantage of it for the most part, but mostly we're leveling off-handed gems, right? It's not very interesting.
What about the gems, though?
Yeah?
I mean, the fact that they're in the... You can just pick them. You get the uncut, the curve.
Oh, yeah, the uncut gem.
Oh, yeah.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be ruthless influence, because you can do that.
Right.
Ruthless, but you're so limited. While here, you can really mess around with it a lot. It's a really nice system, especially since there seems to be even more skills, and they're going to keep introducing like they have been every league. Right now, they're focusing on support skills, but I would imagine those abilities are also going to come into play eventually, so it's just growing.
Well, some of our predictions were about shortening that time from like finding something cool to using it, and that system being able to get a new gem in the field without going back to town works for that, right? You find a cool new weapon, it's got a fire, it's a staff with like some fire skill or meta skill built into it that's going to work really cool with this thing. You pick up your cut gem that you got in your inventory and cut it up into something that's going to work with that, and then you change your build on the fly. And maybe it's also working alongside and synergizing, but different to your currently existing build and your other weapon swap.
Just having, even just having the icon on the UI, and you can kind of figure out what the different things are and what your style is versus, let's say you're in PoE 1, you go to a vendor, and all you're faced with is a row of different shaped stone, and you don't really know what to do with it. So I think that's really going to just open up like just your creativity on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
A whole new level of speed running as well.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to go back to town.
Yeah, well, Rise and me doing the race tomorrow, and that'll be kind of like sealing off the PoE 1 era of racing somewhat. I'm super interested to see what happens with PoE 2, like competitive play in racing. Like there's so much more that people can interact with there as well. I imagine weapon swapping setups being set up on the fly and cut gems being cut in the field.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think the skill ceilings just opened up quite a lot.
Going right up.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a big limit for a lot of classes in the past for racing. For instance, Duelist, right? It needs that access to all those different weapons, and wasn't the case, but it will be now.
Yeah, so much more dynamic and distinctive gameplay there, but we also saw a bunch of new classes, like more classes. What? There's already so many classes in this game. And then like with their ascendancies as well, like splitting that into so many more classes. So now, we got a mercenary, a warrior,
Huntress,
Druid,
sorceress, and druid. Yeah.
druid. Yeah, there we go.
I'm shocked they didn't show the druid. Maybe
And that's it. And they didn't get rid of any. I thought they were getting rid of some. Like I thought Templar was gone. I thought Templar was being replaced by monk.
Oh, really?
But they're all still there. It's like adding another class for each of the hybrids.
But they haven't talked about ascendancies, right?
Well, they did in the previous Exile Con.
Yeah,
and they did touch on it.
Right, but they
relation
didn't
anymore.
give us the info on it. No.
Yeah, not yet. I'm guessing in one of the later panels we'll start to touch on some of breaking those down a little bit. But yeah, it seems like their intent is to give much more distinctive starting points now. So like you actually, if you play a monk, it's going to have a much bigger impact on even your early game, not just the ascendancy choices you'll have access to, but also like the sort of skills that you have available and the play style. Much more than just an aesthetic.
And even the party play looked a lot more interesting. It seemed like they were really positioning themselves around each other, and it worked really well, I thought, with some of the more high mobility monk gameplay, and then the sorcerers being more in the back, more bigger cast times and bigger cooldowns, but then those big nukes. Really, when I was watching the boss fights, it was kind of, I was going to cheer Neon on, like, do some damage. He wasn't doing anything, and Octavian was just blasting over and over, so having an opportunity to just go for those big hits and make it work is such a cool concept.
I'm really glad they showed the co-op gameplay because, like you said, it looked really good in that boss fight, that second boss fight, where one player was like really distracting and stuff like that. It looked much more like engaging than current multiplayer Path of Exile, and hard to put my finger exactly why, but I think one of the things was the new crowd control system they showed off, which is brilliant. It builds up crowd control over time. So like you hit them with things that freeze, it builds the freeze up until you get an actual substantial freeze or stun on a boss. We saw big stuns on those bosses. So instead of just like you build a stun character and you get like lots of little stuns, maybe you make a crazy character and you can stun lock or something, but most of the time the bosses are immune to this stuff or it just doesn't work.
They've hidden freezes, so it's like you've technically frozen them, but you haven't, and it's there for the sake of numbers, really.
Yeah, but now you're actually like building up to something, and when it happens, it's significant. That's when you're like, you and your party members can start blasting.
Yeah, you could see that they were interrupting some of the mechanics. You could also see that when it came to the gameplay, it wasn't as chaotic as usual PoE 1 gameplay. They were like stacking up for bigger mechanics and really synergizing well together.
Yeah, we saw, and like with the skills that, for example, the Glacial Cascade, the final hit dealing extra damage on the freeze, like you got your Monk getting the freezes off, or the Spellcaster getting the freezes off, and then synergizing skills across classes as well. There, where someone triggers that big freeze and someone else gets a big damage play off it.
And then you have all the new boss fights as well for every single zone, built in mind with the fact that we have the ailment system. So you're probably supposed to engage with them differently now as well. It's not just hit them a lot and like move once.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest concerns at the last ExileCon for me, that how do you really build this from the ground up to make it feel like it's not just a continuation of Path of Exile 1 and just another expansion, because GG's just so good at releasing these expansions over and over, and you kind of grow accustomed to it. And I know that some other games have been doing that, where they release basically an additional campaign, and it hasn't quite hit the mark. So I think the final decision on, well, possibly, I'm assuming, the final decision on PoE2 being a separate game is going to be really cool.
I think we saw much more different boss design than what we've seen in the past as well. It was like, there wasn't just like a bunch of auto attack spam like you get with current bosses. There were much more big abilities per boss battle that we saw there. And they felt tighter, like they were happening end to end. Like there was much less place for the exiles to maneuver. So those crowd control mechanics have a chance to play a real large role there, but also the dodge roll. I feel like that shapes the combat in some way.
I mean, most of the mechanics looked pretty lethal. Like, you really do have to get out of the way. When we saw Neon die that first time, you could really notice, and just the actual fear that he had for every attack on that second time after that. He'd, like, there's just one pretty generic sweep, and you know you could be a little bit away from it. I saw him run right to the end of the back just to make sure he's not getting hit, and almost every single attack that did hit him, if it combos a little bit, he's going to die, and it made for some tense moments.
They really did him dirty. No unwavering stance. He kept getting stunned over and over. I'm like, whoa, they have no mercy for this guy.
They rehearsed that segment like a few dozen times as well, and you can tell the death wasn't planned. I'm glad we got to see the death.
They actually mentioned that they did about 20 of those runs, and he died on maybe the last of those runs, and then went, oh no, is that is it going to happen again? So then turns out twice in a row, basically.
Yeah.
So could not have gone worse, but that's what you want to see.
Yeah, started to get in his own head, I think, and was getting a little bit caught out by some of those abilities there. But yeah, that looked pretty brutal, but also quite satisfying. Like what we said, you know, probably you'll be a little faster in terms of actual gameplay with the players once your skills are better supported and things like that. But it's going to be like still fast and lethal gameplay. And I know that's something people will be concerned about. A lot of people see this like skill combos and a lot of these things, and they're like, I don't know if that's the Path of Exile I want, because a lot of people do like the really fast-paced Path of Exile, but it still seems like it's very fast-paced gameplay there.
But they do have the option now to go back to PoE. If they really just love everything that PoE 1 had to offer, it's still there.
Yeah.
Nobody can go and say, hey, but it used to be this in the old days. Well, it's right there. You could just go and play it. And a lot of people want that as well. I mean, you see World of Warcraft expanding and expanding over years, but then there's a core style of play that they would really love, and that's why we have, you know, all the the classic games now coming out as well. And that's essentially what, I mean, I think that's pretty clever of GGG that they're coming out and just giving us the classic experience straight away.
Yeah, we don't have to demand in 10 years' time, like, we want classic. They're like,
we're
you
spoiled.
think you do, but you don't.
That's it, we're bringing desync back.
I'm glad we're not going back to that classic.
A little too classic for everyone's taste.
It's like classic, but continuing to evolve. My mind's still blown about that whole announcement. But you know what, a lot of people also, like, I heard people like in the crowd being like, tell us, why haven't you told us this? That was gold. Did you? Anyone?
Gold, the gold was crazy.
Yeah, so they didn't actually touch on it, did they?
No.
There you go.
Spirit, they did talk.
It was like literally the first thing that comes up, because they kill the first monkey and it drops some gold or something.
The whole crowd goes, ooh.
They're like, what? What?
Well, that might be a spoiler for people at home, but on the cards that we got at ExileCon, the currency orbs, they look different.
Very different.
Oh, really?
Very different.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen currency orbs?
Oh, hell yeah. I have like 2 transmutes.
Are they not just
a big deal.
They're not just more detailed? They actually look...
No. They're like
They look very, very different.
The transmute looks like an Exalted Orb almost.
Yeah,
like
I mean, story-wise, I can kind of justify this idea, because we had... PoE 1 was very much like you were in a barter economy, because everyone was just in survival mode on Rayclass, right? They're all exiles. They're all just like bartering useful items with each other. That's why the economy was built around that concept. So story-wise, like now, it seems like they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to make us like this character seems to be that we saw some hints of. Seems to be making some sort of society or something like that. So that maybe an actual currency system and actual merchants and things like that.
They gave us so little with that. It was really just like a 20-second snippet, and then they just switched away.
Yeah. So.
Well, they did soft test the gold thing with the Ruthless League little event,
right.
And I guess it was received well enough, because I think that was probably one of my least complaints of that thing. Like with gold, yep, that was actually a pretty cool system, where you can go back into town and purchase just a few basic items. So it wasn't like replacing currency altogether, but it was just an addition that gave you some options for vendors and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, obviously when Path of Exile 1 was first kind of showcased, they came out saying that, you know, we think gold's not a very good system. Here's how we want to do it better. So it'll be interesting to hear soon, maybe when they talk about it, hopefully, why they want to move to this system and how it's going to play in Path of Exile and how they're going to, like, address some of those things maybe people don't like about gold. Keeping gold useful, that sort of thing.
I think that's for sure happening. It's so bizarre that they didn't talk about that. Maybe it's one of those things where Chris is like, he missed a slide. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there was a lot to talk about, so you could easily skip a few things.
There was a few moments where we were like enjoying the gameplay, and we're just like, come on, tell us the things. Give me some off-the-cuff commentary. Come on. We got a few little moments of that. And speaking of that, there was the new mana reservation system. Instead of reserving our mana now, you have a completely separate resource. Spirit, was it?
Yeah.
You build up through getting items, quest rewards, build it up, and it sounds like it'll be improvable through itemization and the passive tree and things like that. I'm very excited about that.
Plus 10 maximum spirit from a boss kill.
Yeah.
More reservation right there.
Happen, yeah.
But like, as a big fan of the Archmage and mana and all that, are you pretty excited about like being able to use your mana while at the same time being able to have the power of the auras and shit?
Yeah, but they're probably gonna nerf it. Nerf everything.
Doesn't matter. You can now still have determination on the side.
True. That's getting nerfed too.
That's well.
The determination's not gonna last.
If Crip has his way with the developers, then determination's gone. He's not a fan.
Maybe we'll find out in like 10 minutes or so when he interviews Jonathan. The way that they said it on stage is like, people are always out of mana. I'm like, because that's one of my thing. Definitely, like the feeling of being out of mana and not being able to cast your skills is
it's not just being out of mana. It's like we're ignoring it as a resource system. Essentially,
you're not using it at all.
Yeah, so like solving it is one thing, and that's part of the game, right? You have a bunch of problems, you try and solve them, and it feels good to finally solve them. Whereas with mana, largely we're ignoring it. We're just like, you reserve as much and then just make sure it's not a thing for you. With this, perhaps it'll, open up a lot more possibilities.
That's parts of what we saw with the Sorcerer's gameplay, that mana seemed like a more significant thing. And it also seems like they're taking, well, they explained it, but they were taking essentially what were archetypes, and they seem to really like putting them on support gems and whatnot. Like, for instance, when we had Forbidden Rite, which takes a portion of your HP and then does a lot of damage. That was really popular for a little bit with totems until it got nerfed. And they seem to have added that on a support gem. So I think that's the right way to go, honestly. It opens up a lot of opportunity, and whenever it does need a buff or a nerf, they can address it as a whole, and that might make it so that the patch notes are even more spicy than they have been up to now.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we definitely saw like more skills that were like really expensive mana costs, like the meteors, cheaper mana costs, and then free, like the ones granted by items. So that means, that definitely shows that I think there's going to be a lot more interaction with mana as a resource, and I think if they get that right, it's going to feel really good. Mana's hard though, like a lot of games I think struggle to get it right. They've had a lot of experience now, and I'm very excited to see what they try with the new system. We saw so many things today. Any other standout things?
I mean, for me, it was mostly classes. Like, we knew that there'd be some ascendancies and some character models and stuff. And I'm sure almost no one would have thought new classes, because when we first saw Path of Exile 2, it's a very locked-in, distinct platform of our usual classes, and then one of them drops down and you get to play. And you're like, okay, that's what it is. And they can't possibly expand on that. But then somehow they do, and all of a sudden... there's also just the shape-shifting thing, right? You thought we're going to get a shape-shift. Nope, entire droid. So that just fulfills the shape-shift fantasy for anyone that wants to go down that route. But yeah, and also the new skills. It said like 100 new skills or something. So like a lot of them are going to be kind of revamps, but I expected a few. I don't like, how can you keep making new skills when it feels like you're already reaching a limit of creativity? But there's just more.
It's so brutal to other games when we saw that, like, the rattling off of the stats, like 700 item types, 1,000 skills, 82 classes. I'm like, oh, how do other games, like, you just can't, right? Because they're taking everything from Path of Exile 1 and moving it forwards. And that's been my big complaint with some other games that have gone from version 1 to version 2. It's like everything else forgotten about, gone, completely erased.
It's kind of also interesting how they said that, I believe the Huntress is the, what was it, pole arms or some
Javelins?
pokey type of
Yeah, I
weapon?
think
Yeah.
so.
Javelins
Yeah.
and stuff?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
spears
Like
specifically.
Like
So it's
Jag,
kind of,
Amazon kind of vibes.
yeah, I wonder if it's
둘,
gonna, you're gonna
진짜랑
be able
콤플레이?
to have that class be some sort of caster, or if they're really kind of tying it down, because that's very unusual for PoE. I know that they're doing stuff with the attributes, right, where they're splitting up different classes to have different attribute preferences. But to tie a class down to a weapon, pretty unusual in a game that
I
usually
mean-
had like all the freedom in the world.
I think it gives, if you think about Monk as well, it's all about
Yeah.
movement and hitting and getting up close and dodging it out. If you think about, like, what can a spear do? I mean, if you just think about all the different ways, well, you could also pivot around it. You could swing around it. You can,
That's true.
like, attach it into something and pull yourself through it.
Well, the thing is too that with PoE, the gameplay's always been like, if it's melee, it's super melee. But if it's melee, but
I mean,
the game, well, the way that you would
Yeah, I
make
mean,
melee
PoE
work in the
1.
past is you just gave it a bunch of AoE. So
Yeah.
maybe with
but
the more-
PoE 2, you
with the
see
more
the
pokey
Monk,
weapons.
and you're like, it's low life. I dodge, I hit, you know.
I'm just hoping
get-
that it's going to be a more mid-range class, essentially.
Sure,
'cause
yeah,
we don't really have that. It's either big AoE or, well, bad.
It definitely looks a lot more dynamic now with, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
With
A
the
blending of
dashing, and they're
lines,
attaching
yeah.
like a certain movement to every skill, so that you're never like feeling as if you're kind of missing because you've attacked from too far away. So that seemed to be actually a pretty big system as well to make melee refreshing.
I
Oh,
really
and the-
can't believe the dashing. It's so crazy. Because forever they were like, no, mobility bad, nerf, nerf, nerf.
Voice.
And it was like, sorry. They were doing that forever. And I remember one of the most despised patches was when they put even more cooldown on mobility skills. So for them to just completely 180 on that, looking forward to it. And it's also very impressive from just a game point of view, because that's a big jump.
Yeah, it's changing the gameplay around it too, like in a
Yeah.
very exciting way, I think. We also had the Path of Exile 1 League announced. I thought that looked so cool, right?
Yeah.
So you predicted the Survivors, and that's like a trending genre right now, but auto battle is also
Yeah,
kind of a trending genre. So I was like, oh, Methel, you were close, mate.
That was
You
a
were
good
close.
call.
I think I was off by maybe a year or so.
Yeah,
Like, the auto
yeah,
battle
one
was,
year. Yeah, next
but
year maybe we get
maybe. Or maybe I just
Survivors.
gave them the idea, and you know.
Yeah, someone's furiously coding
Yeah.
right now.
But yeah, no, that one actually looked. It's pretty big scope of that one. It seemed kind of
huge.
similar to me of Sanctum, where it's like this separate thing where you interact with slowly and build your own sort of board and gameplay, and then have a big battle.
Yeah, it's like
and then,
tournament structure.
yeah, and then start up another one later. But it seemed very kind of like Sanctum in the way you're going to engage with it, but then just a completely different mechanic altogether. And yeah, it was kind of more like grounding us, right? So as opposed to going all the way out into space and killing some other bigger things, it's like it's still from our roots, our ancestral roots, and like the history of the game's characters and combat and all that.
All right, you guys have any quick thoughts?
So, I don't know. So they showed some leaderboard stuff.
Yeah.
Will that be against everyone else? Like, will there just be one?
Oh.
I think there's just going to be
that
one
was
massive.
for your own
Oh, it's
character
just
Yeah.
your own
progression,
character.
so that you're like getting higher up through the system and getting
Yeah, there's like
further along to higher combat.
I would like to
losers
PvP
bracket.
some other people though. A little
I
bit
think
of like
that's
how
if it
far.
lands
It would be a good PvP system.
Yeah.
All right, folks, we've been given the wrap-up, though. We're going to be moving over in just a moment to Kriparian interviewing Jonathan, talking about Path of Exile 2, I believe, and I look forward to hearing what we're going to be able to hear about them. Thanks, guys, for joining me for the Stallcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope it kept you occupied while you were waiting through these difficult times for the more interesting content. Happy to be of service. Thanks for watching.
Yep. Can you hear me just fine? I think actually, could you move your mic a little?
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. We have some dev Q&A. There's going to be a few of these, and we are starting with none other than Jonathan. So Jonathan, it's been a pretty exciting start to the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it was much more exciting for me up on stage there, man. It's it's quite a thing.
It is quite a thing. I think people seem very happy with what they've heard about PoE2.
I really hope so. Yeah, like there was a huge amount of work that went into getting all that stuff sorted out, and I'm definitely glad it went okay. Apart from the minor death incident, but should be all right.
That's part of Path of Exile.
Absolutely. I should hope so anyway.
Well, soon enough, people here at ExileCon will get to play it a little bit. We'll have some gameplay showcases even right after this, actually, with Zizaran. That should be pretty fun. But first, I personally had a few questions about PoE2, and hopefully those will answer some questions that many of you have. And if not, again, there will be more dev interviews throughout the event. All right, why don't we kick it off here? So we saw that PoE2 in the demo, it was a little bit slower gameplay paced than what people experience if they play Path of Exile 1 right now.
Right.
But from what I've seen in the gameplay showcases, you guys generally try to slow it down for the purpose of the showcase.
That's true. That's true.
So what is the goal, I guess, is the question. So do we want to change Path of Exile 2 pacing versus Path of Exile 1?
So to be honest, it will be a little bit slower, but kind of not at the 50. Sorry to get technical, but not at the 50th percentile. Like I think that part of the issue is in PoE1 is that there's so many multiplicative mechanics that go on that like at the sort of 95th percentile, like the top end of player, you get this like absolute ridiculousness with like 600 projectiles per second and that sort of shit. And it's like, well, it's like 600 projectiles per second, it's like you just can't see fucking anything, and so you don't have any ability to respond to boss mechanics. Like I don't think it's as fun as when you actually have, like 60 projectiles per second or something like that. You know what I mean? Like we still want it to be ridiculous. It's just that we don't want it to be like at the very top end. You don't want it to be quite as ridiculous as it is. And it's honestly just so that you actually get some interesting counterplay with the bosses. You get some more like stuff going on there. And so that's kind of a thing that we like to do. But then we also do always tend to keep it a little bit slower in the showcases, just because as you're saying, you want to see what's going on. You want to show people what's happening. So yeah, like basically, we were using like a lot. It's in the demos as well. Here, there's a lot of like two-handed weapons, which are a bit slower. Just once again to sort of get the idea of the.
That's what I use.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's like basically we try to show off the game because it looks nicer for like when especially when you're trying to appeal to a new audience. You want to show it off as best as you can. The bit slower just makes it look a bit nicer. But I mean, at the same time, we're seeing that we've still got like all the triggering mechanics and like triple casting and all that sort of stuff. Like all that stuff really will allow you to do the kind of ridiculousness that you expect from PoE still, for sure. Like I certainly wouldn't want you to like. I still want a player to feel like, oh, I totally broke the game with this bullshit that I'm doing here. Like it needs to feel like you still broke it, just not actually break it. Like I don't want the servers to actually be on fire. like they sometimes
Well, if it's just for a little while, you know, it's worth the moment.
Right.
A big one is I heard the audience kind of, you know, wooing when they saw gold dropping off of the monsters.
That's a funny one.
PoE 2.
Yeah, we never even mentioned it at the keynote, and it's funny because it's like it's not exactly like some big headline feature of, you know, oh, there's gold in this game. Who's ever heard of that, right? It's obviously, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Of all the things that we did in PoE 2, I would say that that's like the only, like every other decision we make, we're like, does this feel like PoE or does it feel like not PoE? And like the gold thing is probably the only thing where we're like, this isn't really a PoE thing, and we acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think it is actually important to make the drop system better. Okay, it's like fundamentally you have this constraint. If you're going to kill a monster and it drops nothing, it feels like shit. And then at the same time, therefore if you have to drop something, you can't obviously drop a rare on every frickin' monster you kill, so therefore you have to be able to drop something. And honestly, gold does actually work. Like, there's a reason games have it. But the important thing that we don't want to do with gold is have an economy based around it. Like, it is supposed to not be something that, you know, like I don't expect players to be trading with gold to each other. They're going to be trading with other currency items as you would hope they would in PoE. Like, that's our thing.
Well, I guess the follow-up question would be, what do you want someone to use gold for?
So the main thing they should be using gold for is fixing, like, especially during campaign, fixing deficiencies in their build. Like, if you need this thing to be able, you know, if you need like the right resistance, if you need something like that. We've overhauled the shop very significantly to make it so that there's much more likely to be things inside the shop that will be able to deal with problems that you have. Like, if you're fighting a boss, you don't have the resistances, you should be able to deal with that very quickly. There's also rares that you can find in there sometimes for certain things, and we also make it so that it doesn't change every level. Like, you get new stuff getting added to the shop that sticks around for a while, so that you get a chance to actually save up and buy it if you see something that you want. And there's also gambling. So like, you know, by gambling I mean like buying a base type where you don't know what rare it will be, and you will be able to get uniques that way.
That's similar to Ruthless with gold.
Absolutely. Well, there's a reason we were testing this, right? We were like, interested to see what's going on here. Like, we want to see if it actually works, like when players are exposed to it. That was absolutely a test. We were like, let's see, can PoE even work with gold in it? Like, you know, and there's been some changes since we did the Ruthless with gold test, but yeah, it was just interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, personally, I actually really liked Ruthless with gold.
Right.
The one thing I didn't like very much was the currency conversions through the vendors was disabled.
Yes.
So I was sitting on hundreds of jewelers, but I just needed like 3 fusings.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely been tweaks since then, and there's definitely great feedback. Like, it's one of the whole reason we ran Ruthless with Gold was to absolutely see like what sort of shakes out. It's very hard to do those kinds of tests in the office because it's like the amount of play time you'd have to like work out whether the economy is going to work is pretty extensive. So
I'm gonna spin it all the way different outside of mechanics on this one. My first time in New Zealand was coming to ExileCon the first time around, and it was a wonderful experience. And it was really the first time that I realized just how much of New Zealand themes and culture kind of exist, at least in part, in Path of Exile.
For sure, yeah.
And it was such a wonderful thing to see. Like, I would go to a museum, and then I'd see something that was quite similar to what I've been playing for years in Path of Exile. So how forward is this theming in Path of Exile 2?
I would say even more so. I mean, the Kurui have an entire act about them. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's obviously, you know, we're inspired by the stuff we see, and honestly, it's really nice to be able to, you know, like take inspiration from what we see around us. Like, we never see this stuff in games. You know, there are islands which like are full of like the sort of New Zealand vegetation that I guess Americans don't tend to see very often. So it's really nice to have all that stuff and make all that stuff, and you know, like it's just great to have some of that stuff going on.
That's awesome. Back to a few mechanics, and again, I want to reiterate that, you know, our information right now is just what we saw in the gameplay highlight in the presentation. We might see a little bit more from the players around, but we saw that in the presentation there were just, I think, 3 life flasks and 2 mana flasks on each of the characters. Is that just because they're kind of low level, or is there going to be more of a focus on the life and mana flasks?
I mean, I don't know that I'd still call it a focus, but at the same time, we do want to make sure that life and mana flasks aren't useless. Like, they should actually have a purpose. There was some changes to utility flasks because we wanted to make sure that, let me get this exactly right, we tended to remove things that lasted for a duration from utility flasks, so the utility flasks are more responsive to the situation. So for example, if you are currently burning, then if you use a flask to get rid of that, then it will give you, it will remove the burning and make you immune for a while. But if you don't have burning on you right now, it doesn't do that. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing to sort of make it so that there's some like counterplay going on with it, rather than just I just have it on all the time. It's effectively just another effect on my character.
Well, you have that kind of as the affix system in PoE 1 right now.
Yes, sorry, I'm not up to date with PoE 1, so
I think generally that system is pretty well received.
Right, okay, yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Right, that's exactly the kind of stuff, though, that, I mean, so that change, if it's in PoE 1 now, that was definitely a, like, PoE 2 thing. And
okay.
I think they took it, like, so the thing is so just because people probably don't know this, I'm not involved in PoE 1 at all at this point. I'm game director on PoE 2, I'm focusing on that. And then Chris, we talk, obviously, about designs that we're doing, and he definitely, you know, I suspect that some of those things just filter their way down.
So that's how you're doing flasks.
Exactly,
I think
right?
I'll take that, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So Chris is in charge of PoE 1, and he sort of making the decisions there.
I wanted to kind of double down on the mana situation a bit, because we have the separation of mana for skills and mana for reservation with auras.
Absolutely.
What kind of focus are you going to put on mana? Like if you just took away auras from being mana-based in PoE 1 right now, everyone just has way too much mana for everything.
Exactly. So we will, costs will absolutely go up. And part of the balance problem that we have is you pretty much just can't really balance skills with mana use particularly easily in PoE 1 because there's just this expectation that everyone's going to reserve as much as they can. And the thing is, because reservation exists, it means that people are going to always push the line as far as they can, and then they start complaining if then skills cost too much.
Of course.
That they don't have any frickin' mana. And it's like, well, yeah. But so you'd think you'd be able to say, oh, yeah, well, that's your problem. But we've realized a much more sort of, you know, I guess once you learn about our player psychology, you realize that no, you have to actually, if you want that not to happen, like people always spin down to the line, so you have to do something about it. So Spirit is the response to that, and it means that now you know you have an amount of Spirit to spend. If you want to make trade-offs on your build, then those trade-offs should be made in your passive tree rather than being a sort of like thing that you're doing that. So you still get to make that choice of like, do I want you know, like, do I want to get more mana on the tree or not? I mean, there's also the scepters. Scepters give Spirit as well, and that's how that escalates through the game. So if you're playing a minion build, it's very likely, you don't have to, but it's very likely you'll want to use scepters to help with that.
Well, as a minion enjoyer, it wasn't said for more than a split second, but I caught that minions are going to reserve Spirit.
They do, yes. So you'll be able to have more. So if you want more minions, get more Spirit. That's the way. So we're trying mostly to avoid having like hard limits on like number of zombies. You can just cast as many zombies as you have Spirit to cast them. So then it's sort of up to you to choose what this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of actually asking if there's a way where you can have enough Spirit to summon like all the available minions, kind of like a Lord of the Dead type of situation.
It should be possible if you spec correctly to be able to do that.
Okay.
The other thing with Scepters, by the way, as a base type, is that all of the mods of them are all like does this to nearby allies.
I
so
see.
that means that Scepters are a great, like they're sort of like a minion supporting thing, but also just like for auras and stuff like that as well, since they give you the Spirit. You can choose to be like a Templar, you know, with like a flail in one hand and a scepter in the other. That's like a viable thing, or minions or whatever. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent here, but
well, back to the other side of Spirit. I kind of wanted to know if there was a different design in auras, because in PoE 1 they have they're gonna crushing your mana pool. It's really hard to use more than like 2, 3, maybe 4 if you're heavily invested, because now you obviously expect everyone to use some form of auras.
But you'll notice the cast on the trigger gems also reserve Spirit.
Oh.
And so then the choice between triggering versus auras is now also a potential trade-off.
I see.
So there's other stuff going on. Like there's we really want to make sure that there are different, like entirely different styles of things you can use your Spirit for. So then it definitely feels like, you know, I mean, obviously you can try to do more than one of those things by just getting more Spirit if that's what you want to do in your build. But it's still like, you know, there's definitely a lot more sort of interesting options there about how to trade one off for the other.
Well, right now in PoE 1, you can get like an enormous amount of damage, or honestly, in some cases, all of your defensive capabilities through your auras.
Right.
Do you foresee having such
that can certainly
high power levels?
That can certainly be a way, right? Like once again, if you get I think the numbers right now is like you can get like you start with 100 Spirit and aura reserves 100 Spirit, but you can get like, and probably I shouldn't even quote me on these numbers. I think you can get like 600 Spirit from a scepter. So it's like you can still, if that's the way you want to go, you can go that way.
Okay.
I never want to be the kind of person who's just like, nah, we're restricting everything. We don't want players to do it. No, like we want you to be able to, if you want to spec into something, you should be able to go hard on that thing and get like a lot of it, right? So yeah.
I have a couple questions with the dodge roll. I
Yes,
guess
go on.
let's tie the first one into the minion build. So right now in PoE 1, it's kind of swerving a little bit away from that, where there's a lot more active minion builds, but there's still passive minion builds. We still have skills like Righteous Fire, dot builds. There's a lot of time in between using skills. So with a spammable dodge roll in PoE 2, do you foresee some builds that are just like non-stop dodging around the boss while doing passive damage?
I mean, it could be it could be something that you do, but I'm hoping that we can provide enough things. Like, so, I mean, ideally the balance produces the most fun outcome, right? Like ideally, like, okay, sure, you could just dodge roll around the boss and kill it eventually, but you're probably going to want to use, like, it's funny, I've actually had conversations with designers like, oh yeah, this is the only skill I'd ever use. And I'm like, okay, but then if you just did this, then you know it increase your damage by this and you get this effect. And like, oh yeah, you know what, I guess I'll just add that in too. And then you have that, and then they're like, oh yeah, but then if you added this skill, you know, like now you'd be able to do this as well, and that would just, and it's like, oh yeah, well I guess I could use that skill too. It's like, we kind of want to promote the balance so that you always feel very much like, oh yeah, I just want to add this extra thing, and I just want to add this extra thing, and then pretty soon you've got like a whole ruckus of skills on your character that are all, you know, that all have a purpose and all feel like they've got useful in certain situations. And especially with the way the skill system works now, where you can have 9 6 links. You know, like it's okay to just have some skills that you just use rarely, right? That are just in the right situation, they're useful.
Well, I wanted to ask about that a little bit later, but since you're touching upon it, what determines the links on a skill gem?
Right. So basically, every gem when you first get it starts with 2 support sockets, and then you find a jeweler's a lesser jeweler's orb to add to go from 2 supports to 3 supports.
Okay.
And then there's a jeweler's to go from 3 to 4, and then a Grandmaster's, I can't remember the name of it, but Grandmaster's Jewelers or something like that goes from 4 to 5, and then obviously 5 sockets in a gem is the same as a 6 link is in PoE 1, so 5 supports, 1 active. So basically you find those, and the one to go up to the 6 link equivalent is quite rare, like that's still the like chase thing, but instead of having like ridiculous numbers of fusings that you're dropping into an item, it's like, you know, you will just find one eventually, and then that's, you know, and because you want to 6 link all your items, they have to be common enough that you can, like, you know, getting the quest for all 6 links on your character is still like a thing that, you know, you're going to want to do, and you know, there's some
that sounds like a lot. So many more options when you're factoring
I
that
think
way.
so, yeah.
Well, they're going to do the gameplay demo, I think, in about 15 minutes. I think the PoE 2 gameplay demo is going to be Zizaran that tackles it the first time, so we'll see. Maybe he finds some of these items.
Yes, I think he might be able to, yes.
Okay, well, that should be pretty interesting. Backing into kind of the dodge system, so in Ruthless right now, they just have the dash. It's a very limiting movement skill.
Right. So this is very, very different from the dodge roll.
And in PoE 2, we get the dodge roll, which is almost like a spammable version of it.
Sure.
And the skills themselves have a movement component, and it's not just for the melee characters, as you noted with Comet on the Sorcerer. It kind of pushes you back a little bit if you want it to. This kind of brings up my question of, do we need skills like Flame Dash? Will there be strictly movement-based skills?
I don't personally feel that they're hugely necessary. Like, there should be enough mobility in just what you're
아니
doing.
언제까지 얘기하는 거야 이거?
A large number of melee skills have dashes
뭐
or
볼 거 다
closes
보지
and various
않았나?
other things. Like, depending on the skill, like obviously different archetypes are a bit different, but every one, no matter what weapon you're using, will have some kind of access to like stuff that allows you to get around the battlefield quickly. It's just that like there's ways to do that where it feels natural without kind of making it so that it gets to this insane degree that things could sometimes get if you let it get out of control. So like, I mean, all the things like the, for example, like the monk's killing palm, you can go really far with that thing, but you have to go to an enemy. So it kind of inherently means that you kind of get the, like it works really well for mobility and combat without kind of making it so that you're just constantly going jing like everywhere, you know? Yeah, you kind of, we want to make it still feel right, well, and like intuitive and fun and mobile without kind of having that just like you're constantly spamming movement skills to the point where you can't even see what the hell you're doing, kind of thing.
Well, from the gameplay people will try out at ExileCon, and from the live demos that you will see, hopefully we'll get some opinions and see how people feel around it.
I mean, honestly, the major reason, like one of the huge things about dodge roll to me, like the biggest thing that I'm excited about is the dodge cancel, because what it means is that like just the whole like I'm not losing control of my character feeling is just a hugely really important thing. Once you've got that, it's very hard to go back. Like when you've got just like there's no lock-in, there's none of that, and like it means also that we can make some skills that are slower because it's okay, right? Like in PoE 1 you cannot make a slow skill because if you did, it would just lock you in for so long. It would feel terrible.
They put it on a mind gem and fix it.
Yeah, like the ability to actually be able to use attack speed as a balanced tool again by having things like that, and also the redirect on like the ability to retarget skills as you cast them and stuff like that. It just really improves that kind of stuff. So it means that we can have fast skills, we can have slow skills, we can have anything in between. It just unlocks that ability, and yeah.
I wanted to ask about the weapon swap system. It's more of like a dual weapon.
It is kind of a dual specking thing. Yes, it's yeah.
So you noted how you can get a lot of the power enabled just from having two weapons attributed individually to each of the skills, and the power that you unlock from the passive skill tree. But also the weapons just kind of seemed like more powerful in general, like getting a spammable skill on a Sork, getting the Unleash. It just seemed like there was possibly more weapon power. There's more power from your gear centered on your weapon than maybe PoE 1. Or is that
there is a little bit more balance in that direction. It's not like hugely. It's not like so. We thought that, like, so I think we sort of, so spellcasters, we tried to make the weapon a bit more of a focus. Like like spellcasters right now in PoE in PoE 1, like the weapon. I mean, obviously it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. Whereas we want to boot them. Now we still want to have the distinction between attack builds and caster builds, and the weapon still matters more on attacks than caster builds in PoE 1 in PoE 2 still. But we did want to get that focus up a little bit more, and at the same time we also wanted, and this is kind of a subtle thing that probably most people won't even notice, but we made it so that
볼 것도 없네 이제. 아까 그게 다야. 볼 건 다 본 것 같고, 하드나 딱지나 치러 갈까? 딱지야, 딱지야. 또리리리리리리리리리리링띵띵띵띵 12시에 게임 플레이 쇼케이스? 뭐 근데 영어로 자꾸 샬라샬라 거려서 볼 필요 있나 싶다. 아까 뭐 그거 봤으면 됐지 뭐. 투수들은 똥개들, 투수들은 똥개들, 투수들은 똥개들, 똥개들. 뭐 이따 같이 보자고 그러면? 투수들은 바보들, 바보들은 바보들. 아니 근데 내년 이맘때야 나오는 걸 지금 봐서 뭐하나 싶다. 1년이나 되는 건데. 그래유 안 그래유? 뭐 한 3개월 남았으면 모를까. 너무 오래 걸려. 클로즈 베타가 그거니까 사실상 내년 말이나 될까 말까인 거지. 알겠어요? 딱지 치러 왔다. 딱지맨 지맨 딱지 딱지리 지맨. 암영맨 따라닥닥 오늘도 그대만 생각해. I'm your man. 그대여 오늘도 그대만 생각해. 냄새 좀 안 나게 어떻게 못하나 이거 유황? 삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐삐 원숭이 친구. 원숭이 나무에 올라가 몽키 몽키 매직 몽키 매직. 몽키 매직. 불무. 함정에 그 어디 갔지? 이거 제접하니까 미끼 다 사라져 있네? 미쳤구나. 함정에 미끼가 없어졌어. 도망간 게 아니라 미끼가 다 없었다니까요, 이거? 씨앗 써도 되나, 씨앗? 유황연고 유통기한 있나? 만들어봐야 하나? 후끈후끈 하네. 24개월 구독 감사띠 고맙습니다. 감사. 삽은 일단 만들어는 놨는데 방패는 뭘까? 통나무 반쪽의 도끼? 통나무 반쪽의 도끼라. 중력이 3개. 어때요? 방패 방어용 도구 창과 함께 사용하기 좋다. 방패까지 꼈다. 확률적으로 뭐 블럭해주는 건가? 3증류기, 2집수지, 염전 하나에 벼락틀 함정도 많고 아주 풍부합니다. 만족스럽네요. 변수들은 바보 똥개들 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 바보들 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 똥개들 똥개들 바보 똥개들 미쳤나. 양심이 없구나 너. 바꿀래요? 먹을 거 주고 치료해줬음. 네 시간 자볼까? 물 유지 중. 우물 발견. 태풍? 태풍 이미 지나감. 열심히 저기 뭐야 증류기 돌리니까 감당되긴 하네. 밥 먹자. 오! 노. 쉰다. (21분) 21분. 코코넛 밀크 보충 완료. 기름도 넉넉하고 구운 거. 요리 구워야겠다 이제. 아일랜드 치킨 아주 좋아요. 훈연된 거랑 요거 위주로 일단 먹고 아하 냉장고에 넣을 게 좀 애매하네. 호리병에도 물 좀 채워놔야겠는데. 불 좀 까볼까? 고추농약 허수아비 열어줍니다. 좋았다. 아일랜드 치킨 4개 준비 완료. 불속살 5개. 진주 안 나왔나? 진주 잘 안 나오는구나. 염장? 염장 해놓을까 그냥 고기? 염장고기 좋아? 약간 쌓아놓을 필요가 있긴 한 것 같은데. 염장고기, 염지고기. 굴이 금방금방 나오던데요. 신발 19%. 갈매기 부족 깨지기 직전. 신발 한번 다시 만들어야겠는데. 신발이 껍질을 다 돌려주던가? 일단 좀 보야겠다. 잘 준비하고. 21%죠. 물 3개 쫙쫙 채워주고. 아 이게 아닌데? 가만히 있어도 물이 차나? 아니지. 나머지 다 증류시키면 되겠다잉. 벌레 가져왔다. 벌레. 야, 네가 먹을 건 네가 가져와. 어두워져 버렸네. 프로틴. 어딜 들어와? 이 새끼 한 대들이 가져갔네. 아씨. 이걸 튀어? 잽싼 놈이구만. 건드리면 매우 아프다. 멍에는 또 알로에긴 한데 뭐 금방 치유되겠지 이거. 먹어주고 마셔주고. 뭐 잘못 먹었나 방금? 소금물 먹은 것 같은데? 아이씨. 상관없죠. 거야 하나씩인가? 코코넛 열매요? 주먹도끼 나트륨 소금을 잘못 먹어서 망했네 씨. 주먹도끼로 다 할 수 있어요. 뭐 지금 딱 코코넛 따면 요 상태죠. 요 상태인데 돌로 할 수도 있고 돌로 할 수 있는데 돌로 하면 이제 단점이 구멍을 못 뚫어. 그래서 코코넛 워터는 못 먹고 그러니까 돌로 하는 거를 일단 보여드릴게요. 돌로도 그냥 할 수 있고 이거 저기 직무기에다 이거 좀 올리고요. 돌로 하면 이렇게 코코넛 껍질이 나오죠. 껍질은 수확해서 섬유로 쓰면 되고 깨면 이제 물을 잃게 됩니다라고 나오잖아요. 이렇게 하면 바로 요게 나와. 과육을 제거하면은 과육하고 껍데기가 나오고 이거 먹으면 허기를 많이 채워주고 이렇게 하면은 이제 밀크가 되면서 수분하고 허기하고 같이 올려주는 약간 그런 느낌. 이 밀크를 갖다가 끓이면은 기름이 되고요. 근데 이제 만약에 내가 주먹도끼가 있다 그러면은 주먹도끼나 칼이나 이렇게 하면 벗기는 건 똑같은데 여기서 구멍내기 같은 로 떠요. 이제 구멍을 딱 내면은 이제 워터가 됩니다. 코코넛 워터. 코코넛 워터 이렇게 마시면은 구멍낸 코코넛이 되고 주먹도끼 다시 쪼개면 아까 이 상태가 되는 거지. 그러니까 돌을 쓰면은 워터 단계가 없고 주먹도끼를 쓰면 워터 단계가 생기고 워터 단계 때 내가 그거 마실지 뭐 어떻게 할지 뭐 잘 결정하는 거야. 그런 느낌입니다. 어디 갔지? 뼈 둘의 깃털 산. 코코 워터는 안 먹는 거를 추천드릴게요. 설사가 심해가지고 진정시키려면은 더 손해야. 제일 좋은 거는 뭐 무려 정이 없으면 워터를 먹는 게 맞긴 한데 과육도 그냥 먹지 말고 과육은 이제 요리해가지고 구워가지고 먹는 게 좋아요. 설사를 좀 덜 해요. 좀 덜하고. 나 뭐 하려고 그랬지? 뭐 하려고 그랬네. 뭐 하려고 그랬지 내가? 아 뼈하고 깃털 3개. 깃털 2개였구나. 랩넌트? 몰라요? 방패 내구도 다네? 짠식이면 나트륨이 또 과다야? 괜찮구나. 나트륨 이거 어떻게 없애냐는데. 빡치네. 동부초원에 일단 자리는 잡을 건데 탐사를 좀 갔다 와야 되나 거기? 슬슬 거기 저수지 우물 같은 거 슬슬 건설하면서 거기다가 한번 기깔나게 하나 만들어 볼까? 설마 못 가져가겠지 여기다 저기 선반에다 올려놓으면? 염소 전 먹어야 돼? 아니 나트륨은 물 좀 많이 마시면 되는 거 아니야? 나트륨이 안 빠지는데 몸에서. 멧돼지다. 멧돼지. 지방 좀 오랜만에 먹어볼까? 몸통에 깊은 상처, 상당한 출혈이 발생했습니다. 쓰러져 버렸죠? 1시간 15분 걸리네. 와씨. 빨리 간대. 좀 쉬어주고. 가죽 좀 뺏겨볼까? 염지고기 발견. 꿀바른 돼지구이는 안 될 것 같고 저수조 갑시다. 지방 좋다. 지방 훌륭하다. 지방 멧돼지고기 염지해버릴까? 괜찮은 듯. 소금 4개나 들어가네. 근데. 건조 중인 고기. 건조해야 돼 이거? 소금이 모자라네. 들어가져 왔구나. 포유류 고기라 했는데. 바깥에 건조시키면 되는 거죠. 염지고기, 염지고기. 집에서도 돼? 오케이. 꿀잠 들어가자. 아 건조 진짜 오래 걸리네. 지금 먹으면 어떻게 돼? 건조 중이라고 되어 있는데 뭔지 모르겠네. 염전 2개는 있어야겠는데 소금 커버하려면. 다행히 물이 증발은 안 하네. 그렇죠? 그러면은 내가 볼 때 증류기가 중요하다. 집수지가 아니고. 증류기 3개면은 건기 그냥 커버 가능한 듯. 뭐 억까 없잖아 이거. 이렇게 해야 되나? 왜냐면 이게 자꾸 이거 저거 물 먹다가 소금을 먹으면 조져서 옆에다 빼버려야겠다. 바나나 구이, 지하실 오두막, 선반, 목각장식품 하나 더 할 수 있고 풀무 하나 더 만들어놔야 되나? 보호드릴도 내구도 깎인 것 같던데. 올가미 함정이다. 나무가 있는 장소에 만들 수 있는 유용한 더 자곳을 산채로 포획할 수 있다. 나무? 야자수 말고? 쥐, 도마뱀, 개, 갈매기. 산채로 포획할 수 있다. 농장 하라는 거네. 농장 되면은 해야겠다. 부싯돌창이 나을까 작살이 나을까? 작살 일단 하는 게 낫겠지. 구리창까지 가면은 구리창 껴야겠다. 구리창 장착 가능한가? 장비, 구리창 장비 가능함? 어차피 작살이 이제 낚시까지 돼서 좋은 건데. 코드. 며칠까지 버텨봤냐고? 이게 무슨 말이야? 지금 한 80일 갔었나? 거의 갱신 직전이긴 해요. 굴이 이제 무한인가? 가서 캐면? 탐색하면? 굴이 근데 한정자원이라 하지 않았나? 굴이 1000. 진흙벽돌 끈, 많은 양의 긴막대, 염소와 자고새 등 동물 사육 가능. 자고새 모이통과 급수대. 아니 근데 지금 제작 쪽이 건축 쪽이 뭐가 안 돼 있어가지고 뭘 만들어야 돼 그럼? 톱밥은 목공이고. 이쪽으로 건드려야 되나? 의자도 목공술인 것 같은데. 아씨, 뭘로 올려야 되지? 제작 레벨. 공수 좀 떨어지구만. 이거 어떻게 알아 이거? 이건 재단 쪽일 건데. 아, 이 새끼 건조 중인 고기 가져가. 아, 미친놈이다. 소금 3개짜린데 씨. 끝에 있는 걸 가져가는 게 맞는 것 같은데. 죽여버려야 되는데 진짜. 짜증나게 하네. 지하실은 저기 초원 가서 만들려고. 초원 갈 건데 근데 문제가 그게 없으니까. 돌 오두막. 돌과 회반죽으로 만든 집. 뭔 소리야 이거? 이거 되는 소리 없는데. 회반죽에 재료가 뭐가 들어가더라? 모래랑 생석회랑 물. 물에는 뭐 많지 않으니까. 물도 들어가는 게 좀 그러네. 물만 먹자. 세 3시간 걸리네. 3시간. 3시간이라. 아, 길 만들 때 굴이 들어와? 굴이 들어가? 길 어떻게 만드는데? 삽에 그런 기능이 없던데? 삽이랑 도끼? 그러니까 그 메뉴가 어딨냐고. 이 새끼가 씨 죽여. 아이씨 뭐야? 어? 지랄 났네? 아니 미친. 80%로 방금 3번 빗나간 거야? 아이씨 어이가 없네. 그만 넘어. 다치진 않았어. 회피력 만땅이거든 지금. 잘 피하죠. 상어도 생선이네? 상어도 생선으로 치네요. 개웃기네. 아일랜드 치킨 좀 먹어야겠다. 샐러드 있나? 거기 그라스 있잖아, 그라스. 뭐야? 셀러문 문 크리스탈 파워. 고추가 없으니까 이것도 구워버리는 게 맞는 것 같고. 아, 그니까 맞다. 삽이랑 도끼로 할 수 있다고? 아니 근데 그게 안 뜬다니까? 그 길 만드는 게? 길만 있으면 진짜 다 옮기고 싶은데. 이거 두 개로 뭐 어떻게 해 이거? 기능이 안 떠. 개선 여기도 안 뜨고. 해안만 말고 정글 가서 해 하면 돼? 아. 그래? 그렇구만. 오래 걸리나? 바로 뜨네. 좋구만. 이거지. 뜬다. 여기도 뜨는데? 여기는 필요 없나? 이게 어디서 어디를 여기로 올 때 빨라지는 건가? 일단 정글은 하는 게 맞는 거야. 정글 제일 많이 가니까. 오고 갈 때? 두 시간이나 걸리네. 아 뜨거. 아 뜨거. 잠수 쏴. 잠수를 쏴. 물도 마셔줘. 한번 씻어줘. 마셔줘. 그만 먹어. 쇠고기. 유약 도자기에 유황을 넣으면 냄새가 좀 덜 나지 않을까? 밀폐됐다 했는데 못 넣네 아예. 어쩔 수 없지. 근데 만들기만 하면 개이득일 것 같긴 한데. 밖에 바구니에? 그냥 밖에서도 생활을 많이 하니까 어차피 극이스 극이야. 아, 쟤 도움도 안 돼 저거. 사실 하는 게 아무것도 없어. 뭐 맛있는 거 주는 것도 아니고 씨. 쓸모없는 놈. 아씨, 내일 할까? 저수조 발견. 어둡네. 맑음인데 왜 이동을 못하지? 짜증나네. 해안 정글 왔다 갔다 3분? 해안만 인도 아몬드 이거 웬일이냐? 아몬드에다 가지고 맛있게 먹을게. 뭐가 부패했는데요? 그 뭐지? 얘줘요. 부패한 건 다 저 친구 거야. 맛있게 먹어. 삼해초 4시간 꿀잠 자고 아침에 만나자고. 네, 다시보기예요. 가죽 섬유갑바로 바로 넘어가는 게 좋아 보이긴 하는데 섬유 신발은 왜 없지 근데? 섬유 흉갑 갑옷은 뭐고 섬유 갑옷은 뭐야? 흉갑은 좋아 보이는데 뭔가 열을 좀 덜 받을 것 같긴 하네. 한 80일인가에 폭우 한번 올 텐데, 그죠? 바다에 한번 씻고 가자. 이러면은 열 다 막을 수 있지. 오늘도 열심히 뚫자. 됐다. 해안만으로 3분, 서부초원으로 3분. 지렸다. 이러면 해안만으로 3분까지 갖다 치고 다시 정글로 가면 3분 아니잖아. 아씨. 여기다도 한다? 여기다 하면은 뭐 해변으로 가기 쉬워지긴 하는데 전부 뚫어? 다 뚫는데 근데 하루 정도 걸려. 리어카 끌러갔다고? 무슨 리어카? POE? 아까 저기 홀 오브 토멘트 그거 하고 있던데. 카테고리만 그거지 뭐. 셀콘 보는 거고. 근데 그니까 아무튼 결론은 근데 이번 시즌 재미없을 것 같아. 굳이 뭐 할 정도는 아닌 것 같고. 아, 지방 진짜 안 쌓이네. 짜증나네. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟. 16시간이야? 16시간 투자. 아니 근데 이득 보는 게 12분 이득 보는 거잖아. 그럼 몇 번을 왔다 갔다 해야 본전이야? 24, 36, 48, 60분. 5번에 1시간이니까 80번 왔다 갔다 해야 돼? 아, 무게 노란색일 때? 아니 근데 일단 15분이고 3분 되는 거잖아. 12분 이득인데 12분 이득이란 말이에요. 5번 왔다 갔다를 하면 1시간 이득인데 여기에 들어가는 시간이 16시간이야. 그래서 80번 왔다 갔다 해야 돼. 80번 왔다 갔다 하면 노가다 친 거 일단 그거야. 근데 3분이랬잖아. 저기 무게 노란색일 때? 근데 3분이 무조건 3분이야? 빨강이면 얼마야? 한 거 있어서 안 하면 손해라고? 노란색일 때 30분이라고? 근데 그러니까 30분, 45분, 1시간, 1시간 15분 이렇게 15분 단위로 돼 있어. 노란색일 때 30분인 거는 그거잖아. 그냥이잖아. 길을 깔았을 때 몇 분이냐는 거지. 그게 같은 노란색으로 비교해야지. 저기가 맞지. 해보면 알겠지. 일단 통나무 하나 들어볼게요. 빨강이거든요. 이러면 이 상태에서 정글을 한 45분이겠지. 1시간 15분이나 시켜줘. 이거 안되겠다. 너무 길 깔기 전에 노란색이 1시간이라고? 아니야, 30분이야. 나 노란색이죠. 이러면 30분이란 말이야. 그지? 근데 자, 길 깔려있어 여기. 그러면 15분 15분 절약이네. 근데 만약에 빨강 무기가 됐다. 원래라면은 30분이네. 빨강에 오버까지 했는데도 갈 수 있다는 거네. 자, 완전 맥스 오버 이러면 1시간. 아니 이런 별 차이가 페널티를 좀 줄여준다고 봐야겠네. 빨강으로 다닐 수도 있다 정도의 느낌? 엄청 이득까진 모르겠고 뿌리 파내기 30분. 참마 카레가 레시피가 뭐였지? 고추 들어가지 않나 그거? 삶은 참마에다 하는 게 그거였지. 고추가 없어서. 이거 고추 있어야 돼. 근데 오래 살려면 결국 하기는 해야 될 것 같아. 하루에 이동을 많이 해봤자 4번? 4번 정도, 5번 정도? 그러면은 소피 좀 볼게요. 노란색일 때 아까 30분이었나요? 노란색 15분으로 다닐 수 있으면 뭐 개 사비득인 것 같긴 해. 그냥 그 생각을 해봐서 오줌 싸면서 느낀 건데 (15분과) (30분) 물론 시간적으로는 (15분이지) 근데 이게 15분 동안에 빠지는 헉이랑 물 이런 것도 있거든. 아니 근데 80일이면 당연히 손해고 80번인데 하루에 4번 왔다 갔다 한다 치면 20일 동안 그걸 쳐야 된다는 얘기지. 물론 여기를 자주 왔다 갔다 해야 이득이야. 그래서 내가 볼 때는 일단은 그 해안만 여기 우리 집은 일단 해야겠다. 왜냐면 여기서 일단 나중에 왔다 갔다 할 일도 있고 하니까 일단은 천천히 해 놓는 걸로. 뭔 소리야 이거. 알맹이가 됐군요. 알맹이 잡히는 건 되게 좋긴 한데 소금으로 염지하려고 그랬는데 좀 킹받네. 염지가 쉽지가 않잖아. 먹을 거 없나? 되게 아주 긴박했던 음식이 있었던 것 같은데 어떤 훈연된 꼬리고기 원숭이고기 이런 거 먹어야지 뭐. 아일랜드 머시기 하자. 쇠고기 먹었으니까. 이번에 날 잡고 한번 굽고 밤에도 길 작업을 할 수 있으면 좀 괜찮을 것 같긴 한데 그치 밤에 할 거 없을 때 틈틈이 한다는 느낌으로 가면 괜찮을 것 같긴 함. 36분 남았고요. 물 좀 마저 마시고. 아 진짜 물 좀 한 번에 좀 마셔라. 어? 몇 번을 마시는 거야? 뭐 말도 안 되게 먹네. 적당히 해야지. 구 분 남았네. 쟤가 계속 쌓인다. 모래 푸지 말고 쟤 좀 써야겠다. 다행히 되네. 깃털. 삽을 더 많이 쓰긴 하네. 자자. 피곤하다. 섬유 갑옷 흉갑 개발 완료. 다음에는 나무삽도 열리긴 했네. 연구해놓을까? 나무삽이라. 근데 가성비 안 나오긴 할 듯. 해초를 왜 보상에 보관했어? 썩잖아. 훈련된 고기 한 번씩 먹어주고요. 과식 들어가 주시고요. 지금 그 지방 쌓기 대작전. 아 이게 작업이 조금만 덜 걸렸어도 1시간이었으면 딱 좋았는데 이렇게 많이 들어가 이거 맞냐고. 얘네 근데 왜 해피가 계속 올라가냐? 내 옆에 같이 있어서 그런가? 야, 너 지금부터 저기 수영 배워놔라. 나중에 요트 타고 같이 갈 거니까. 너도 문명세계 좀 어떻게 마렵지? 왜 이렇게 이렇게 눈이 이렇게 벌겋냐 얘? 재수없게 생겼네. 이렇게 가만히 보니까. 일단 목재 좀 캐놔야겠다. 해초 먹을래? 저기 지붕 손상이? 작은 나무가 야자수가 나오던가? 무슨 얘기지? 물 30%다 이제. 배가 이렇게 훅 꺼졌죠 근데? 오, 바나나 좋아요. 없군, 둘이 없군. 재단 99. 재단술 그 자체. 긴 나뭇가지도 꽤 많이 모아놨다. 틈틈이 모아놔서 아주 좋습니다. 이거 마른 나뭇가지 어디 갔지 근데? 뭐야 이거 어디 갔어? 바깥에 내놨나? 어라? 어디 갔지? 40 몇 개가 있었는데? 이거 어디 갔어 마른 나뭇가지? 가방에? 아니야. 어라? 어디 갔지? 마른 나뭇가지? 마른 나무님 40 몇 개 있었는데 다 썼다고? 그럴 리가 없는데. 어디 갔지? 진짜? 작은 가방? 아니 없다니까? 어디다 놨죠? 뭐야 어디 갔어? 이상하네. 귀신이 고칼 노르시네. 염지고기 4개다. 염지고기 4개. 이건 자면 될 것 같고. 허기가 여기 이상으로 안 올라가. 이게 지금 맥스인가봐. 이상하네. 지방이 내가 적게 먹는 게 아닌데 이게. 꽤 많이 먹는 것 같은데 왜 안 차지? 정글에 버리고 왔을 리가 없죠. 이상하네. 깃털 49개 다 썼나? 그 사이에? 깃털이 49개가 맞나? 그리고? 저렇게 많나 깃털이? 깃털도 내가 중간중간에 자꾸 먹었던 것 같은데. 이런 뭐 깃털 써야지 뭐. 거참. 부앙부앙 슈터님 하이. 아이고 다리. 다리가 저려버리네. 길 온. 오케이. 일단은 뭐 그런 대로 용호씨 넣어주고 루시안 옮겨주고 우리삽 아작나기 직전이네. 음 3분 지린다. 개쩔긴 한다 그죠? 다음에 습지. 아씨 습지는 안 하는 게 나을 것 같은데. 습지가 근데 뭐였지? 뭐 있었죠? 습지가 근데 왜 다 뒤졌잖아. 습지에서 딴 데 깊게 가는 데가 있나? 아, 정글에 30개 있어요? 근데 저기다 놨을 리가 없는데. 저 가져왔다고 내가. 저 원래 그냥 있는 걸 거야. 여기 있는 게 아니고. 저게 탐색만 해도 저 나오는 거라 풀떼기가 그냥 그거 된 걸 거예요. 여기는 굳이 안 해도 될 것 같긴 한데 가가지고 또 점포나 이런 거 많이 들어가려나? 지하실 같은 거 만들 때? 해반죽이나 이런 게 많이 들어가던데 굳이 점토 빌드는 뭐 할 만큼 한 것 같은데 그죠? 오히려 지금은 아니 급한 데를 먼저 하는 게 맞아. 서부 초원은 무조건 해야 돼. 서부 초원 무조건 하나 하고. 삽 망가졌다. 바로 할 수 있나 여기서? 막대기하고 절삭도구가 없네. 절삭도구 도끼 있고 막대기 됐는데? 오케이. 창조 그리고 긴 막대기가 있어야 구리도끼였던가? 아 뜨거워. 근데 잠깐만 한 번만 하고 가자. 백해야돼 백해야돼 백해야돼. 아 나 개뜨겁네 씨. 3분 지린다잉. 와 열이 엄청 심하니까 물도 엄청 빠져버리네. 아 잣댐 씨. 네, 일단 인겁을 넣었어. 불은 계속 그거 하는 게 맞고. 도끼 분해하면은 어떻게 되나? 그게 저기 되는 거랑 똑같은 거겠지? 구리가 이제 당연히 나무 정도 패고 땅 파는 거 정도로 적이 될 것 같지는 않긴 한데, 땅 파는 건 근데 모르겠다. 땅 팔면은 구리보다 경도가 더 센 게 분명히 날에 영향을 끼칠 텐데, 그치? 구리칼 하고 싶은데 구리가 하나밖에 없어 지금. 구리 더 캐러 갔다 와야 돼. 더 캘 수 있는지 모르겠네. 구리 하나밖에 없어서 지금. 철? 그런가? 물 한 잔 마시고 자죠. 그러니까 현실에서. %. 아니 뭐야, 바위가 왜 들어와? 구리 천으로 만드는 구리 단지 뭐 이런 것도 있더만. 그런 것도 좋을 듯? 근데 그거 구리 단지는 왠지 원숭이 새끼가 가져갈 것 같은데, 단지는 자꾸 건드는 것 같더라고. 불안합니다. 그래서 (79일자) 수영 실력이 꽤 좋아졌어. 가볼까? 다시 여기 하러? 뭐야, 이거 아닌데? 서부처 좀만 더 탐색해볼까? 뭐 나오는지 궁금하네. 연기네. 동굴 있네. 이거 뭐냐? 아, 씨발. 잠깐만. 코모도다. 이거 어떻게 하지? 한 대 치면 못 도망감? 100%니까 일단, 아니 후퇴도 확률이잖아. 근데 아직 알아차리지 못했으니까 100% 아님? 코모도 맛있나? 작살샷! 다리 달려듭니다. 달려든다는데. 작살샷! 다리에 한방, 한쪽 눈에 한방. 컷! 뭐야 버러지였잖아. 초원동물이다. 근데 뭐 스캔도 없네? 아무것도 없어 이거? 뭐 이게 다야 여기? 그냥 중간 피신처 그냥 딱 그런 그 정도인가 봐. 맛대가리도 없구만. 열이 얼마지? 아침 됐다 오른다. 2스택만 하고 가자. 한 번만 더 해도 될 것 같은데. 한 번만 더. 그만. 45분이네. 30분. 잠수. 막 씻어주고, 막 쉬어주고, 물 마셔주고. 야, 건기에 일하는 거는 진짜 치명적이다. 아일랜드 치킨으로 일단 달래주고요. 아, 야무지게 먹었다. 얌후지고 고기가 많이 없어서. 사채 좀 썰어볼까 이제? 아니, 도마뱀 생가죽이네. 이건 또 뭐 있나? 드럼 만들 때? 도마뱀 구이 레시피 열렸다. 도마뱀 드럼하고 그냥 드럼하고 두 개 구분돼? 그렇구나. 이거 딱 고추 들어가는 거 같네요 보니까. 가죽은 뭐 더 많이 준다더만 가죽도 별로 차이는 안 나네. 뭐야 잔여물 3개 뭐야? 뭐가 변했지? 누가 준 거지? 저 자식이 준 건가? 고추 좀 켜야겠네요. 서부초원 일 마무리하고 4시간 잔다는 생각하고 일단은 염지고기를 한번 준비를 해보도록 할게요. 뭐야, 불이 왜 안 펴졌어? 탑소매를 염지고기 염지고기 뭐야, 포유류 아니야? 아, 동화뱀 파충류구나. 아씨, 이런 개같은. 아, 다 똑같은 고기지 뭐. 씨, 왜 따져 이거를. 이해를 못하겠네. 아니, 고기가 다 똑같은 고기지. 염지하면 똑같은 거지 뭐. 아유, 이거 없네. 킹받네. 말이 되나 이게? (80일) 아마 이맘때쯤 비가 한번 왔었던 것 같아. 올 때가 됐어, 비. 결국 다 먹어버렸구만. 개딱지나 먹어라. 최근에 아주 맛있게 잘 먹긴 했다. 아, 입모자에다가 스커트에다가 샌들에다가 셔츠까지 입었는데 왜 이렇게 더워? 응? 왜 이렇게 더워? 막 툭툭 찌는구만. 툭툭 찌어. 고추다, 고추. 집에 가서 해먹을 수 있겠는데? 도마뱀 구이 온. 길 온. 30분이면 갈만하지? 왜? 와, 빡세다. 3중류기를 거의 안 쉬고 돌리고 있는데 물 감당이 안 되네. 고추는 말려도 되는데 바로 요리를 해먹죠 그냥. 냄새. 요리가 뭐라고? 도마뱀구이? 기름, 지방, 도마뱀, 고추. 도마뱀 고기가 2개나 들어가네? 이게 뭐 얼마나 호화 요리인 거야 이거. 구워주지. 미미를 위해서 보여주지. 깔끔하다. 고추 3개를 써서 빨리 구울 필요 없을 것 같아요. 네, 빨리 구울 필요 없고 킵했다가 해초 8개. 다만 해초로 조금 살짝 턱이 달래주고. 계속 늘어나는 게 아닐까? 나중에 가면. 인도 아몬드? 오, 껍질 벗기기 좋네. 아몬드 껍질 벗겨준다는 게 이 뜻이었어? 코코넛은 왜 못 벗겨 근데? 이게 깨버리려고 그래. 이런 녀석. 자라. 시원하다. 어딜? 안돼 씨. 이거 진짜 최후까지 아끼는 그런 곡입니다. 이상하다. 염지곡이 어디 갔지? 여기 있다. 바구니 하나 더 만들까? 염지고기 보관용으로? 괜히 아낄 필요가 없어 이거. 맞았어. 한 5개에다가 좋다. 설치하고 거름이랑 가죽이랑 귀한 거 보관하자고. 턱뼈. 아이씨. 저건 아마 내가 볼 때 나중에 밖으로 나갈 일이 있으면 섬에서 탈출할 때 그때 하면 좀 좋지 않을까. 해녀야? 굴 따기 그렇게 어렵다던데. 굴을 4개를 따오네. 개고수. (40%까지) 일단 다시 확보. 아 빡세다. 빡지 게임. 힘들어. 그러네. 냉장고 물도 다 떨어졌네. 냉장고가 소금물로 되는 게 어디냐. 코코넛 껍데기 92개. 그러면 코코넛을 무려 몇 개를 먹은 거야? 46개를 먹은 거야? 많이도 까먹었네. 과육도 먹고 워터도 먹고. 4시간 더 자고 가야 되나? 일단은 거의 많이 뚫었어요. 한 번만 더 쏟아줄게. 마저 하고 가볼까? 서부초원까지 일단은 3분 컷. 여기서 좀 고민을 해봐야 되는데 동부초원을 여는 게 맞겠죠? 동부초원은 당연히 해야 되고. 작업해보자. 의외로 뭐 금방 하긴 한다. 작정하고 하니까. 여기까지만 뚫으면. 아씨, 끝낼 수 있을 것 같긴 한데 안 되나? 한 번만 더 해볼게. 될 것 같은데? 아씨, 어두워졌다. 양초 있어서 되긴 되거든? 해버릴까? 될 듯. 오케이. 아, 열었다. 양초 날라갔네? 됐어. 뚫었으면 되었다. 3분이면 쓱쓱쓱이잖아 지금. 고축 해가자. 좋았어. 나뭇가지랑 목재 하나. 나뭇잎 몇 개 해서 보관해 놓고. 3분 3분 바로 돌아와 버리기. 좋다. 이거씨. 분이면 다 돌아와 버려? 물. 정비부터 하고 해야지. 우도 연장권 감삼당? 왜 안 뜨냐니? 뭐가 안 떠요? 뜬다는 게 무슨 말이야? 뭐야? 뭐가 썩은 거지? 해초? 때 빼고 광내고 이거 아닌데? 정성 들여 가꾸면 돼. 나만의 숨은 비결 있으니까 아무렴 걱정 말아요. 고추가 하나 더 있는데 요리부터 하고 갈게요. 해초가 0.9% 남았었어. 보내줘야지. 어쩔 수 없지. 섬 그럴까? 섬 맛있나? 자야겠는데 8시간 우리 하다가 8시간 자야. 구리테크 말고 섬테크가 있어? 섬에 대체 뭐가 있길래? 섬이 꽤 괜찮나 보네. 섬을 한번 또 가봐야겠고 궁금하네. 미지의 탐방 해봐야지. 위험하지만 않으면 가보자. 물 좀 싹 해놓고 한번 씻고 잠수 한번 해주고. 해초다 해초. 해초로 낚시 한번 해주고 고래성 하나 만들어주고 8시간 자면은 한밤중이네? 조금 애매하네. 뭐야 이거? 설마 두입이야 도마뱀 튀김? 아니 2번 먹는 거다 이거. 네, 좋다. 좋네요 도마뱀. 한 입 먹어볼까? 요 킹마뱀이네. 괜찮네. 2입은 먹어주긴 해야지 그치. 네, 너무 효율이 안 좋긴 했어 여태까지. 조금 섭섭한 느낌 있었는데 괜히 좋아졌고요. 직장 지금 동부초원으로 이사 가려고. 아니 이거 제작 이거 뭘로 열어야 돼? 나 이거 안 열려 자꾸 이거. 도루두막. 제작 뭐 해야 제일 빨리 올라? 아니 이거 설마 거의 다 찍어야 되나? 새 지구 한 것도 안 열렸다고? 저거 잠겼어 저거 그러면 안 돼? 지금 버전에서 안 되는 거야? 뭔가 그 계기가 있어야 되나? 그냥 되는 게 아니고. 제작 90 몇인가 봐. 거의 맥스 찍어야 되나 보다 그러면은. 그거 봐, 그거 말고는 없지. 아이씨 근데 물 왜 이렇게 빨리 증발해? 아 물. 아니, 밖에 나가서 싸돌아다니니까 물 진짜 개빨리 준다. 빨리 이거 다 부어가지고 먹어야겠다. 아니 근데 오히려 저거 혹한기 왔을 때 폭풍 왔을 때 그때 하는 게 나을 것 같아. 너무 뜨거워서 못 하겠던데. 딱 좋다. 지금 자면 되겠다. (8) 시간 잘 동안 버티겠지 이거 증육이. 이거 물 좀 더 붓고 가야겠다. 아니 소금물로 그냥 하면 되네. 이 생각 못했지. 좋네요. 물 꽉 채워놓고 자야 돼 지금. 그게 아니라 피로도 지금 개바임. 뭐 근데 저기 최후의 물은 있긴 해. 일단은 여기 뭐야 플라스틱 물 있고 이거 물 있으니까 이거 태워가지고 버티면 되고. 섬을 한번 가봐야겠구만. 아, 잘 잤다. 식사 좀 해야지. 남은 거 한 입 먹자. 자리 비우고 이거 하나 넣고 물 먹어야 되는데 와, 불 얼마 안 남았네. 갔다 와볼까? 성게다 성게. 함정 36%. 아니 뭔데 걸음이 6개가 됐지? 걸음이 뭐가 걸음이 된 거야 이거? 뭐지? 아, 원숭이가 똥 싼 거야? 아, 이 새끼 더러워 죽겠네, 씨. 구해다 주는 게 아니지. 여기서 걸음을 왜 가? 똥이지, 똥 딱 봐도. 왜냐면 이 새끼가 구해줬으면은 친구가 선물을 가져왔다. 걸음 1개, 깃털 1개 이렇게 떴겠지. 비료 기계였잖아. 잠시만요. POE 모바일 게임? 뭔 모바일이야 모바일은. 냄새. 투스 똥냄새. 점심으로는 카레를 카레를 나도 먹어볼까? 카레 칼카레 뱃사람. 오케이. 섬으로 가볼까? 섬 너무 먼데? 그게 아니다. 어디로 갔었더라? 해변가에서 가던가? 렛츠고! 돌밭. 삽은 괜히 들고 가는 거 아닐까? 물 있고 불 피울 거 있고 뭐 그냥 갔다 오면 되겠죠? 버드록 섬. 이거 수영은 안 줄어들겠지, 길이니까? 버드록 섬. 수영 기술이 충분치 않은 섬에 도달하지 못하고 돌아오거나 도착해야 했지만 돌아오지 못하고 갇힐 수 있습니다. 뭔 소리야 이거? 갈매기가 가득하다고? 갈매기? 개딱지? 개딱지, 소라딱지? 교수 웅덩이와 구아노? 개와 바위? 황량한 해변? 뭐야 여긴 또? 이상한 라인이 있네. 아, 동부고산지로? 좋네. 동글동글하게 되어 있구나. 동글동글하게. 황량한 해변 아무것도 없던데. 이거 뜨거워. 씻어주고요. 난파선. 오, 바로 여긴가? 킹파선? 연료 말통? 연료로 가득 차 있다. 뭔데 이거? 난파선? 밧줄? 왜 계속 늘어나? 물통이야 이거? 무게가 무거워서. 오, 플라스틱 천 개쩌네. 빗물바지, 햇빛 증류기. 잃어버리면 좆대네? 가죽 이거 버릴까? 말통으로 들고 다니면 되는 거 아님? 안 들어가네. 장비 안 되나? 햇빛 증류기 했다고? 고래! 이거 뭐 무아님 근데? 천하고 이걸 계속 나오는 거야? 근데? 언제쯤 돌아갈까? 어두워지기 전에만 가면 되겠지 뭐. 개딱지만 나오는데? 하나 딱 하나 주는 건가? 뭐 아무것도 안 나오는데? 고철 조각, 고철 도끼, 고철 칼, 고철 삽, 고철 창. 고철 조각 나온다. 고철 조각. 이거 해볼까? 내일 오야겠다. 뭘 들고 가지? 밧줄 맛있는데 밧줄. 갈매기보단 밧줄이지. 내일 가서 또 해볼까? 고철이 구리보다? 고철? 비행기와 선박자네가 금방 있다면 고철 조각 수집 창을 만들 수 있습니다. 고철 도끼. 만들어봐야 할 것 같은데 이것도 저기 재활용 되나? 아니 넣을 데가 없는데 근데 칸이. 다 하면 얘기해줘. 더 좋은지 안 좋은지. 고철이 구리보다 구리가 한 티 위에 있어? 초반에 근데 여기 빨리 뚫어가지고 바로 고철 도끼 가면 사기 아님? 재활용되는. 아 고철 도끼 없네? 뭐야? 아 그니까 고철 칼? 근데 이거 애들이 가져갈까봐 무섭다. 나방. 말통은 뭐? 말통 수집할 때 쓰라고? 뭔 수집? 아. 설탕나무 말통을 엄청 많이 들어가는 거 맞아? 오 많이 들어가긴 하네. 야 전통아리 아스바 하네 얘. 여기 괜찮네. 와 많이 들어가긴 하네. 아 연구 고철삽. 고철삽도 좋아 보이는데? 빠르게 삽을 해서 도끼랑 삽으로 길내기? 시작하자마자 길내기 이런 거 나쁘지 않아. 고철 칼도 좀 그렇고. 일단 근데 고철 조각이 어차피 두 개네? 이것도 날 갈 수 있나? 날 갈 수 있나? 정류기? 정류기 하자고? 어딨는데 그거는. 비옷은 별로야? 햇빛 정류기? 이거 근데 뗏목에 설치하는 게 아니야? 빗물 바지도 있는데? 집에 있다고? 햇빛 증명. 신선한 나뭇잎이나 야자수 잎을 채운 후 보관 용기를 두면 시간에 따라 물이 차오른다. 주기적으로 이파리를 교체해줘야 된다. 건기용. 건기용이라고. 그래요? 하나 딱 만들 수 있는 사기템 같은 건가? 근데 굳이 증류기가 있어야 되나? 그냥 비옷이 난 거 아닌가? 굳이 있어야 되나 증류기? 그냥 비옷이 있으면 근데 비옷 효과 뭐지? 아 폭우에도 안 추워지는 거 아닌가? 안 젖어서 그지? 우기에도 그냥 활동 가능한 거 같은데? 그러면은 괜찮은 거 같은데? 증류기를 쓰면은 물은 뭐 그거겠지만은 이게 근데 증류기가 뗏목에 설치가 되는지 모르겠네. 나중에 뗏목에다가 저거 해서 가져가야 되는 거 아니야? 말통은 없다너 이거. 씨, 말통 자리도 없는데. 바구니 하나 더 만들어서 바구니 넣어놔야겠다. 이파리 6개. 이거 저 원숭이 새끼가 가져가면 안 되는데. 아 근데 증류기 했다가 부셨다가 다시 하면 되잖아 그지? 분해하면 또 나오겠지. 분해하면 플라스틱 천을 주겠지. 잠깐 썼다가 비옷으로 나중에 비옷도 부서지면 그거 나올 듯? 그냥 그런 식으로 쓰면 될 것 같은데. 잠깐만 일단은 바깥으로 내보낼 게 없나? 사면? 아, 가죽 신발도 얘가 가져갈 것 같단 말이야. 아씨. 말통 왜 안 들어가 이거? 이게 무거워? 말통에 물 넣어서 갖고 다닐 때가 했더니 안 되네. 말통은 잊어버리면 안 되는데. 와 이거 왜 이렇게 커? 안 들어가는 거 아니야? 와 이게 안 들어가? 아니 잠깐만. 씨. 안 되네? 그냥 아예 못 넣네. 선반에다도 못 넣나? 아이씨. 멧돼지다. 멧돼지는 한 시간 30분 1시간 아 노래는 좋았는데 말이야. 저 말통 그냥 비 올 때 빗물 받기가 안 뜨나? 빗물 못 받나? 그냥 비 올 때 그냥 받으면 되는 거 아니야? (4%에 12%) 지금 다시 그 섬 가볼까? 안 줄 것 같긴 한데 그냥 이벤트라서 그지? 보라색? 원래 보라색 아니었어? 저거? 아이씨 뭐야 왜 갑자기 돌아와 이 새끼 이거 뭐임? 뭐야 내 거친 생각과 나온다 고철 그냥 나오는데 고철? 근데 플라스틱이 안 나올 듯? 플라스틱이 안 나오네 뭐가 야 이게 독성이 올라가는 것 같은데 지금? 저게? 딱 보니까 플라스틱은 그냥 그거네 레어템이네 그냥 안 나오네 근데 고철 이거 고철 빌드 괜찮다 고철 빌드 이거 히트다 히트 생각과 그걸 지켜보는 너 그건 아마도 전쟁 같은 삶 6개까지 더 안 주고? 칼, 도끼, 창 만들 수량. 근데 레알 문제네. 결국에는 구리가 지금 있어서 쓸모가 없잖아. 구리보다 로우 티어면은 사실 만들 이유가 없는데? 그냥 공간만 차지할 듯? 구한호 박쥐똥이에요. 몽글숲이라니. 몽글숲이 뭐야? 아, 망그로브? 맹그로브? 맹그로브 나무가 있어서 맹그로브 숲이야. 바보야. 똥개 바보야. 똥개 바보. 없었어. 아, 이게 목재 하나로 좀 모자라. 33% 해야 되는데. 그러면 늘만한 게 없단 말이야. 나뭇가지로 살짝 밸런스 맞춰야겠다. 3-3 밸런스 맞춰놓고, 그다음에 깃털하고 이거 해가지고 딱 하면 3-4. 딱 밸런스 좋다. 위험하니까 사랑하니까. 잠깐만, 이거 아니지 않나? 고철 어디로 갔냐? 여기 들어갔나? 아. 이게 뇌피셜이긴 한데 최신 쪽에 붙어있는 아이템 위주로 가져가는 것 같아. 제가 한 5번 그랬어. 못 가져가는 거 빼고 음식 위주로 가져가는 것 같긴 한데, 가장 오른쪽이 보통 가장 오래된 템이니까 약간 그쪽으로 노리는 느낌, 그런 느낌적인 느낌 그런 게 있었다랄까. 햇볕 증명이 됐고, 뭐 일단은 고철 톱니곤봉 이거는 뭘로 하는 거지? 톱니곤봉 쓸만함? 고철창 하나? 야, 아몬드 까줘. 먹을래. 얘랑 같이 있으면 이게 멘탈이 올라가네. 그런 거였나? 나무통에 이빨 박은 거 아니냐고? 맞는 거 같긴 한데. 자고 일어나서 해야겠다. 떠날 거야. 34%에 저기네. 딱 되네. 하나 둘 세 개 하고 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋. 그다음에 그러면 두 배로 하면 한 방에 된다는 얘기네. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋. 그리고 드릴로 치고. 맞아, 보드를 어디 갔어? 아, 없어졌나? 마지막 내구도였나요 방금? 그런가? 망가지 떴어요. 아 그래? 못 봤나 봐. 다시 만들어야지. 옥제 노끈 막대기. 목재 노끈 막대기. 깜짝이야. 깜짝 놀랐. 닭붐님 고맙습니다. 10,000원 땡큐. 감사해요. 나 물 마셔라 부어라. 감삼당 땡큐 하고요. 맛 있구요. 나 그래서 저거가 되게 깜짝 많이 놀래 진짜. 상하게 놀래더라고. 아, 이 새끼, 씨. 죽어라. 방패 있어서 안 되죠? 고철 창. 고철 도끼. 고철 삽. 예? 뭐라고요? 먹이로 주자고요? 그럼 안 되죠. 먹을 거 충분하고 지방 잘 쌓이고 아주 좋구요. 탈출각 빨리 가고 싶다. 아니 근데 집 왜 안 뜨냐고. 아씨. 뗏목 필요. 아직 충족하지 못한 문명. 저거 뭐 그다 치고 왜 오두막 안 뜨냐 오두막. 제작을 뭘 가야 될지 모르겠네. 집 수지를 뭐 하나 더 만들어 볼까? 아니면 저수조 작업을 할까? 동부초원에다가? 철기는 없어. 철기 없고 동부초원에다가 저거나 할까? 지하실. 삽, 해반죽, 통나무, 흙, 점토. 흙? 뭔 흙? 아, 마른 흙, 고운 흙 뭐 이런 건가? 가죽도 필요하네. 점토가 필요하다. 지하실이면 점토가 한두 개 필요할 것 같지가 않은데. 랄랄랄랄랄랄랄랄. 오 씨. 점토를 좀 더 가져와야겠는데요? 고철창 일단 만들어는 놔볼까? 근데 뭐 괜히 움직이기도 귀찮을 것 같은데 그냥 조각으로 그냥 갖고 다니는 게 나을 것 같기도 하고. 아까 뭐 집 어디서 그 집수기 저기 어디 있어 그거 뭐야 어디 쪽이야 이거. 있다. 좀 만들 수 없다. 플라스틱 천하고 도움이 많이 될까나? 돌이 모자르네? 혹시 몰라. 이거 일단 저 돌 거기 있는데 갔다 와서 여기도 열어놔야 되나? 나뭇잎과 보관 용기를 넣어놔야 된다. 여기다가 그거 말통 해놓을까? 말통? 그게 맞는 것 같은데 말통도 될 것 같죠? 뭐야 이 물이 어떻게 모이는 거야 이게? 근데 12%밖에 안 남았다. 뭐가 어떻게 모인다는 거야? 말통 나이스. 말통으로 이제 모아버린다 이 말이에요. 뭐 이파리나 아무거나 써도 되는데 야자수입 쓰지 뭐. 햇빛 중립기를 쫙 모아서 달달하게 가볼까? 섬유 가보. 섬유 가보 좋나? 더울 것 같죠? 동부 초원에다가 그럼 저걸 한다? 고산지는 별로지. 고산지는 별로가 맞는 것 같고. 0.2%? 제작에 모래성도 들어가지 않을까? 저것도 나름 건축 아니야. 에? 건축으로 쳐줘야 되는 거 아닌가? 아, 아직 멀었는데. 지하실? 그거도 안 되잖아. 우물도 안 되잖아. 우물은 초원도 안 돼? 아, 습지 가야 돼? 그래? 그럼 동부 초원에 몽글 아니고 맹글이라니까. ቄ야. ቄ천지. 뭐 몽글몽글해? 몽글몽글 아니고. 아, 근데 이거 그거다. 수분을 많이 잡아먹네. 수분을 많이 먹어. 아, 그럼 어떻게 해야 되지? 그냥 여기서 살까? 굳이 이동을 안 해도 되면은. 초원 가면 뭐가 좋지? 뭐 농장 같은 거 하긴 좋을 것 같긴 한데. 지하실이 그러니까 광역 냉장고인가? 거대 냉장고. 냉장고 유지만 안 해도 되는 거면은 그것도 괜찮은 것 같기도 하고. 해변가가 뭐가 좋죠, 근데? 해변가 사실 좋은 거 별로 없는 듯? 모래? 아니, 모래는 어차피 재가 있잖아. 씻기. 아, 씻는 거는 근데 그냥 물로 씻으면 되잖아. 샤워기? 샤워기가 왜 있어야 돼? 그냥 일반 물에도 씻기 되잖아. 집수기 초원에 집수기 안 되나? 집수기 초원에 안 되나? 관객 체계를 구축하면 이게 되겠는데 집수기도 되고. 샤워기 하면 그러면 뭐 관계로 연결해서 집수기에다 연결해야 돼? 샤워기? 근데 샤워기가 뭐가 좋은데? 물을 조금만 쓰나? 빠바빠바바바바바바. 아니 돌집이 안 열려. 어디가 구만. 밥을 언제 먹었더라. 아니 제작이 뭐로 레벨업이 되는지 모르겠네. 알아야지. 막 그냥 제작은 모든 게 다 제작인가? 그냥 아무거나 다 만들면 되나? 활과 화살. 활 잘 쏘는 애도 있나? 섬유 흉갑 갑옷. 아 재료가 별론데? 뭐야 이거? 좋은 거 맞아? 구리가 없죠. 제가 구리 한 번 더 켜야 될 것 같긴 한데요. 구리 천도 하나 만들어야 되고. 물모으 필요 없어. 똥개야. 똥개들 똥개들. 집수지? 근데 집수지를 거의 초원에다 만들어야지. 여기다 만들면은 가서 원정으로 만들까? 동부 초원에다 짓고 서부 초원이나 할까? 동부 초원이나 할까? 동부 초원은 화산하고 가깝고 아, 물은 2개면 돼. 말통도 있는데 뭐. 배가 고픈디 먹을까 말까? 도시락 좀 하나 까먹겠습니다. 아, 뭐야? 뭐 후원했어? 뭐야? 아고, 이니아니즈님 3만원 후원 고맙습니다. 고마워요, 아니즈님. 아니 이미 편도 돌리고 있어 지금. 편도 먹을게요. 고맙습니다. 뭐? 이따가 온다고? 안 돼! 아니, 지금 자면 나 못 오는데? 지금 자고 오라고? 아하. 뭐 저녁 뭐 몇 시에 어떻게 아 모르겠다. 알았어요. 자고 올게양 일단. 어떻게 할지 모르겠지만 나도 몰루.